We're going to go ahead and begin. My name is Josef Sorett. It's my pleasure to welcome you this morning with my faculty hat on today on behalf of Columbia's Department of African American and African Diaspora Studies and the Institute for Research in African American Studies to our fall conference, The Problem of the Unthought, Black Studies and the Study of Religion, Past, Present, Futures. Before I say just a brief word about the vision and aims of the conference, I wanted to first acknowledge a few folks and cover for a few logistical matters, all of which are in your program, but just to say first off, today we are gathered here all day in the journalism school. Tomorrow we will not be here, right? We will be that way across campus at Faculty House, which you enter from 116th between Amsterdam and Morningside. So closer to a loft for conference participants, but just across campus. So we'll be there all day tomorrow. Wanted to make sure that that was clear at the outset. First, I want to just offer a generous thanks to the host departments, to Kelly Jones, Department Chair of African American and African Diaspora Studies, or AAADS, Columbia's newest department, and Mabel Wilson, Director of the Institute, or IRAAS, for agreeing to sponsor and host this event. Of course, you all have met Sharon Harris as you've walked in, the Department and Institute's Administrative Assistant and Community Leader. We want to thank Sharon as well as Sean, the Associate Director, for all of their administrative work in pulling together today's activities. This conference is, as one part of the conference, is the culmination of a grant that we received from the Luce Foundation. So I want to thank Jonathan Van Antwerpen, who wasn't able to be here today, but generously supported the work of a larger grant that began in 2020, started with providing both academics, scholars, artists, and activists with rapid response grants in the months after the onset of the pandemic, as well as a working group with about 30 scholars, many of whom are here today, who met on Zoom for basically 2 years, thinking about the questions that will be taken up and many other things. I want to thank that working group for all the thought and care of those conversations on Zoom. I want to offer special thanks to Monique Badesi, who's a professor down at NYU, who was part of the convener of that working group, as well as Andrew Alston, who, sorry, not Andrew, Alex Alston, typo, who was then a graduate student here at Columbia and helped coordinate the working group and should be with us today or tomorrow. We have a number of other co-sponsors here at Columbia. Want to acknowledge the Department of Religion as well as the work study students there who posted flyers around campus, the Institute for Religion, Culture, Public Life, the Society of Fellows of the Heyman Center for the Humanities, the Institute for the Study of Sexuality and Gender, the Center for the Study of Ethnicity of Race, and the Barnard Center for Research on Women. Want to acknowledge, although this is not a Columbia College event, I want to thank the folks in the office who helped juggle the responsibilities, Edwin Torres and Hannah McCaskill in particular, for helping this with the administrative duties behind the scene. And most importantly here, I want to thank Andrew Youngklaus, who is the conference coordinator, and without whom this would not be possible. You all have been in correspondence with him about travel and logistics. But he has played a much more significant role in helping think through everything that needs to be considered to make today come together. So thank you, Andrew. And then lastly, I have two co-conveners in this conference, one of whom has a case of food poisoning and will be with us tomorrow, Joseph Winters at Duke University. And so we'll get to hear from him instead of in opening remarks at closing remarks, and Tiffany Hale, who you'll hear from in a moment, an assistant professor of religion here at Barnard. So before I hand it over to Tiffany, I just want to offer a couple of brief remarks, an overview of the schedule as a means to highlight the ideas that inspired and animated the way in which we have organized this conference. And in the broadest sense, it was the hope of thinking together Black studies and the study of religion, two different or related or commingled, depending on where you stand, interdisciplinary fields that have sort of coterminous histories within the academy, but in the working group began with a premise that was troubled from the outset of whether or not there was an adequate conversation that brought these two fields together. And the different intellectual genealogies that many of us in the working group traveled by way of our academic formation, whether in a Department of Black Studies or Religious Studies, or in many cases neither, and how we understood ourselves in relationship to these fields, and more broadly to think about the place of religion within the context of Black studies. And I guess what I'll say just quickly is that one of the ideas was that on one hand, religion is everywhere in the context of thinking about Black studies. One cannot engage the Black experience, the premise is, without taking religion seriously. And at the same time, the fact that it's everywhere, sometimes it feels like it's nowhere. And I think just at the same time how with so many significant debates within Black studies, religion under a variety of categories is there, but not often named as such. For me, thinking about Robin Kelley's attention to the role of, I think, what he names as the sacred or the spiritual in his classic 1990s essay, We Are Not What We Seem, which attends to Black working class culture in the South, whether it's the way in which Hortense Spiller's dissertation circulated on an academic underground, if you will, Fabrics of History, which is largely a study of the Black preacher, or another similar text that circulates underground, Sylvia Wynter's Black Metamorphosis, which theorized this kind of new world undertaking of Africa in the Americas, of African-derived religious traditions and what might be named as Christianity. Each of these texts in many ways turns its attention to religion and wonder yet and still where religion figures today in light of what might be identified as the most pressing debates within Black studies. So the conference today is organized two ways. Today we orient these interdisciplinary questions through disciplines, if you will, following an opening roundtable. Panel 2 brings together anthropology and history. I think I'm getting this in the right order. And panel 3, literature and cultural studies. And then tomorrow we move from disciplines to thinking about theoretical or conceptual frames, if you will, whether that be the line between theology and theory or the nexus of gender and queer theory. And then finally, with taking up as a closing panel, a conversation around the public lives of religion in the context of Black studies. What are the presumed public commitments of these fields? So, lastly, each panel is composed of an intergenerational roster of panelists, if you will, intergenerational roster of panelists, and they were invited to have conversations rather than to present papers. So we want to thank as much the panelists as the moderators who have agreed to help organize and facilitate these conversations. Thank you again. It's my pleasure just to hand it over now for some opening remarks to Professor Hale.
So good morning, everyone. It's really wonderful to see all of you here in person together for the first time in a lot of ways. Thank you for coming. I want to echo Josef's gratitude for my steering committee members, Joe and Monique, who are neither of whom are here, but who are here in spirit. So I want to say again, welcome and thank you to all of you all. I hope you had a good journey here to this place, known to the Algonquian-speaking people of this region as Mannahatta. My name is Tiffany Hale. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Religion at Barnard. I'm working on finishing up revisions to my first manuscript entitled Fugitive Religion, the Ghost Dance, and Native American Resistance After the U.S. Civil War. And so as that subtitle might indicate, I'm trained as a scholar of U.S. and indigenous history and religious traditions. So to begin, I just want to give a few brief comments, maybe even a little briefer than I'd planned, but I wanted to begin by presenting you all with the commonly discussed issue in my field of study, which is that when you talk about religion, in many Native communities, the response that you'll hear so often is, we don't have a word for religion in our language, right, or in our languages. The Cheyenne and Muskogee writer and intellectual Suzanne Schoen Harjo has theorized this a bit, along with Michael McNally, excuse me, who quotes her as saying, "It's not that Native peoples have no word for religion, it's that they have no one word for religion." And so McNally unpacks this a little bit further, explaining that, quote, "The language of religion can fall short of the range and complexity of Indigenous commitments to lands and waters. Indigenous places can be sacred, but not necessarily in terms of a non-negotiable dichotomy between the sacred and the profane," end quote. So in other words, what he's helping us to see is that, in his words, Native peoples have a rich vocabulary, not to mention grammar, syntax, and idiom for what is reductively called religion in the modern West. Okay, so I have another quote for you all, and this one is a bit long, so bear with me. This is one that I've been struggling with and thinking about for a while, and it comes from Fred Moten. He says, "Perhaps the thing, the black, is tantamount to another fugitive sublimity altogether. Something escapes in or through the object's vestibule, the object vibrates against its frame like a resonator, and troubled air gets out. The air of the thing that escapes in flaming is what I'm interested in, an often unattended movement that accompanies largely unthought positions and apositions." So thinking about these two quotes together prompts me to consider the work we do as scholars to ask questions. Probably one of the most important parts of our jobs, and even one of the most difficult, right? But spending time with so many of you all on Zoom and in other settings for the last few months helps me to remember why this is so important. And so Moten, right, as well as Harjo, they're pointing us to think about a gap, right? And so how do we understand this gap? Is it an issue simply of translation? I say simply, but, right? Is it an issue of translation? Is it a refusal, right? Is it a blind spot? Is it that the category of religion is reductive and unable to account for the fullness of our experiences? Or is the category too broad? Deepesh Chakrabarty says, right, there are experiences of the past that cannot be captured by the methods of the discipline, or which at least show the limits of the discipline. And he actually posed that as a question. So that's one that I would maybe bring to you all today, right, in thinking about the limits, right? I would say, why fear these limits? All academic enterprises have them, including those which aspire to interdisciplinary completeness, even those which claim to represent silenced and oppressed groups, right? What can these limits teach us? The problem of the unthought in the study of Black religion is not just the absence of an account of Black religious formations and experiences. It is also the treatment of the question of religious formations and experiences, broadly speaking, as being unthought by Black scholars. And that's a bit ironic, because we know, in fact, that the opposite is the case. So if I'm standing here to you today talking to you about something like the ghost dance, which on its face maybe doesn't seem to have much to do with Black religious traditions. And as an aside, I would say it actually does, right? But from my perspective, the Black study of religion is a lens onto religion more broadly. Yes, it is important to center Black religious practices, but it is also the case that Black thinkers have pushed us to consider religion in a more capacious way. Again, the problem of the unthought, it seems to me, as it relates to the study of religion and Black studies, is more profoundly the theoretical neglect, perhaps, that the study of religion has exhibited toward a rich and varied tradition of Black thought. A tradition which has deeply, systematically, precisely, profoundly pushed us to ask questions about what religion is, the role that it plays in social and psychological and emotional life, and its capacities for shaping our present, our past, and our future as a collective. So again, what's so exciting to me about being in the same room with all of you today, I feel like I can't stop smiling, is just due to this opportunity and this challenge of hearing from so many brilliant thinkers whose work I really respect very much and who are contributing to that rich intellectual tradition, pushing us to make the question of the relationship between religion and Black studies hopefully a little less unthought. Thanks.
So we will move seamlessly into panel one. So I'd invite the first panel to join the table.
Seems like we're all settled and set. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Young. I'm Associate Professor of History at the University of Michigan, and I am more than pleased to be the moderator here for this session for a number of reasons, not least of which is that I am seeing people in 3 dimensions that I have been knowing, not just seeing, but knowing in 2 dimensions for the last 2-3 years. So it's really fantastic. And I'm also happy. I'm happy to be here in real life, but I'm also happy that this session and the rest of the sessions are also going to be available by streaming and afterwards for viewing after the event too. So we're doing access in all sorts of ways, but it is good to be living in 3 dimensions today. So again, my role is to act as moderator for what we hope will be an open conversation. We'll run the conversation up here for a while before moving to audience questions and comment later in the session. I'll start by introducing our panelists, and I'll begin with one prompt that'll get us going, but from there we'll just let the conversation move as it does. I'm afraid, let's see how it goes, but I'm afraid that my bios are out of order. I'll put them back in order. Youseff Carter, who's closest to me on the stage, is Assistant Professor of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He is the author of The Vast Oceans, Remembering God and the Self on the Mustafawi Sufi Path, a multi-site ethnography in progress that focuses on the transatlantic spiritual network of African American and West African Sufis. Eziaku Nwokocha is an assistant professor of African religions in the Department of Religion at the University of Miami. She's the author of Vodou en Vogue, Fashioning Black Divinities in Haiti and the United States, just published, fresh off the press by the University of North Carolina Press. Oh, and we have a copy of it, yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Do your thing, that's right. That's fantastic. She's also an awardee of the University of Miami's 2023 Dean's Award of Excellence in recognition of her scholarly and creative activities. Xavier Pickett is an assistant professor of Africana Studies who's currently working quite ambitiously on 2 different book manuscripts. The first, tentatively titled Black Irreligious, James Cone and the Affects and Aesthetics of Black Religious Radicalism, is about the making and mood of modern Black religious radicalism in the 20th and 21st centuries. And the second book project offers a new theory of Black rage that reevaluates its common misconceptions with historical, ethical, and political import, while distinguishing Black rage from other forms like white rage. J.T. Roane is an assistant professor of Africana Studies and Geography at Rutgers. His most recent work, Dark Agoras, Insurgent Black Social Life and the Politics of Place, was published this year by NYU Press. Ashley Coleman Taylor is Assistant Professor of Religious Studies and Women's and Gender Studies at the University of Texas, Austin. As an interdisciplinary ethnographer of Circum-Caribbean descent, she specializes in the intersecting lived experiences of embodiment, Black genders, and Africana religions in Puerto Rico and in her hometown of Atlanta, Georgia, the A. Her book in progress is tentatively titled Majestad Negra, Race, Class, Gender, and Religious Experience in the Puerto Rican Imaginary. It is an intersectional Black feminist approach to race, class, gender, and coloniality in Puerto Rico. The manuscript was a finalist for the University of Illinois National Women's Studies Association First Book Prize. I think we're really in for it this morning. So thank you. I invite you also to welcome and thank our panelists loudly and proudly, if you will. As a way of introducing the problem before us, but also perhaps as a way of allowing you to introduce yourselves, I'd like to start with this prompt. I've just introduced all of you, including your institutional and departmental affiliations, but we all know that our institutional affiliations, our departmental affiliations don't always map cleanly onto our practice, doesn't always map cleanly onto our fields or onto our disciplines. So I wonder if you'll just take a moment, and we can go in any order and around and about, but I wonder if you'll take a moment just to introduce us to your discipline as you understand it, and to think through what your discipline's relationship is to this question, to the problem of Black study and study of religions. We can start anywhere, and I'll join you at the table.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, it's coming.
Okay. I need my PowerPoint, so I can start.
Of course.
Thank y'all. I open up with an image. I think sometimes visualizations are helpful to think through some of these conversations, but I think about, there's some of the lessons I'm going to just bring in a couple in a few, but one of the things I think about, especially thinking about my discipline, is to think about the role of elders and how have our elders and our scholars in ethnography, scholars in Black religions, what are the lessons that they're able to teach us, and what are the ways that we can learn from their mistakes. And so some of the things I was thinking about along for this work was also thinking about the role of Zora Neale Hurston and what the teachings that she has to teach us about Black religions and Black diaspora religions, and especially when it comes to the role of Haiti and the mystique. And for me, my investment in thinking about my own space and my own positionality is to think about the role as a religion scholar, but then also someone that is not initiated in the religious tradition, and what is the use and the usefulness of thinking about the space and place of me being non-initiated. So I want to just break down this just real quick. Showing these two images, one of me rapping mambo modes. This is a Haitian Vodou practitioner, one of the practitioners I work on in my book, Vodou and Vogue. Hey. For those who read it, you know I've talked about Mama Mo for so long. And one of the things I want to talk about is that this intimate work that I've done with her, the time I've taken and spent in this space. I've spent over 10 years, over a decade, in the fields of Haitian Vodou, going to over 300 ceremonies all around the diaspora, from Montreal, New York, Boston, Miami, of course. And I also want to think about the ways in which when I'm entering the space as a Black scholar, people automatically ask me that question: are you initiated? Are you, how do you know what you know? And I want us to think really seriously about that question and why that question is such a, I think it's a very cantankerous question that you ask for a Black scholar. And the reason why I say this is because I'm very concerned about the field when it comes to Black diaspora religions that has to deal with initiation, and for scholars that are coming into the space, that they, for the work that they want to do, they feel like they have to be initiated. I've seen this from grad students, and I'm hearing this from undergraduate students, and also from other scholars who have gone through initiation practices just to get secrets. That's something that I'm very concerned about. So, and so this is the thing that even I look for as Zora Hurston's work for Tell My Horse. There's beautiful things that she's written about and she's talked about, but then there's also voyeuristic trappings that she's fell into, and I think you all know some of the things in terms of zombies, this hyper-exotification that's happening. And so again, for me, when I enter the space and I enter the field, I go, what are the boundaries that I need to enter, that I need to say to myself that this is enough? And so my work on public-facing religious ceremonies helps me to have some boundaries with that. Yeah.
I'll go next.
Good morning. Thank you to all of you who have facilitated my participation in this blessed opportunity. And I mean that seriously, thank you. So I'm currently, I currently come to this space as someone who has not been formally trained in Black studies, not formally trained in religious studies, has, I guess, been trained somewhat in anthropology, but also resists the notion of being trained. I feel, so as I sort of write about Muslims of African descent who we could identify as West African or Black American, I try to think through how questions of movements, transmission, knowledge, and circulation of literature, thought, play a part in how Black religious identities emerge, right? And so, just to be brief, I think one of the things, in terms of thinking about like the problem of the unthought that I'm currently, like right now, wrestling with in my work is how to bring Black studies into conversation with Islamic studies, right? In some very important ways, in ways that I have yet to see or have yet to feel satisfied in what I've seen thus far. An approach that takes seriously the legacy that is Black study and how that could be brought to bear in the field that we call Islamic studies, right? To be able to ask, what is Islamic studies actually for, right? Is there a way that the ethical drive, the kind of, insofar as we can understand Black studies, I guess, writ large, as an abolitionist project, if we can call it that as it is now. We can talk about that later. It might not be. Is there a way in which that the sort of the legacy of that approach could be brought to what we call Islamic studies? Furthermore, is there a way that Islamic studies, or what I should say Islamic study, or what I want to call Islamic study, drawing from this notion of Black study in the way that some of the folks who have written recently in the field have articulated, can that be brought into Black studies, right, in some important ways, in terms of thinking about certain theological approaches to thinking about the human that might be productive to think within the spaces of intellection that we find ourselves, that we inhabit. And going back to this notion of training, in the midst of my work as an ethnographer of Black religiosity, spirituality, actually, and I make a distinction thinking about Marla Frederick's work on Between Sundays, in which she sort of thinks about the importance of spirituality as an object of analysis beyond religion, beyond institutions, situated in the everyday, that work and operate to empower people of African descent, Black folks. There's a way in which the most important things that I've learned from the community or communities that I'm studying from, studying with, studying in. Two, for example, things that I've learned are ancestors are more than bones, and we must exceed our flesh, right? And so these are the things that I sort of carry into my work, right? That for me have been quite formative and continue to be formative in how I think about studying, engaging in a Black study of Muslim life, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I want to thank everybody that helped me to get here. Okay. So I have notes, so forgive me if I read a little bit. But so I entered this conversation as a Black feminist, Africana religionist, and in this, and also trained as an ethnographer. So I'm interested in this conversation about Black studies, doing two different things. One is expanding this, the notion of Black experience, right? So I use a lot of William James's pragmatism in my work. I'm thinking about religious experience, not only from kind of this, the moments of solitude and religious experience as he defines it, but also kind of communal religious experience in the more anthropological sense. So I'm interested in understanding the religious as part of Black lived experience, right? So in many ways, as Josef said, that we take, in Black studies, take religion for granted. So to be able to center the religious is also to be able to understand the religious as another part of lived Black experience, right? So it's kind of one of many different types of experiences that we live through in the everyday. So that is the first tenet that I'm thinking about. The second one is, in my work, I look at the coloniality of religion, in many ways inspired by Sylvia Wynter. And I think mainly about the roots of the European colonial enterprise, particularly during the early modern period, where this ideology of the other was first established. And of course, it was first kind of superimposed onto indigenous bodies, particularly the female body, and then as the transatlantic slave trade began, these kind of ideas were supplanted onto the Black body, the African body, right? So I think about the space of otherness not just as kind of an ideological space, but also as physical spaces. My work is particularly in Puerto Rico, so I look at these Black sites as spaces of otherness. I am thinking about the demonic as a way to understand the unthought, or that which does not fit within the Western episteme. And also, as a gender studies scholar, I am also thinking about the way that this Eurocentric Christianity established in the early modern period. I look mostly at the 16th century, the way that these kind of racialized, gendered, particularly feminized bodies, these sexualized body, was kind of these ideas of the other were established. But I think what's important to understand, particularly as I approach this work, is that the ways that these European travelers, explorers, colonizers viewed the bodies was through this Christian Eurocentric lens, right? Particularly established this idea of the other, established first in kind of viewing Jewish communities and more like the Moors, right? So this kind of way, the way that the other was understood in this medieval time then became, of course, in Sylvia Wynter's work, she is talking about this a lot, also the planetary other then became this ideology of the othered body, right? So this kind of ideological kind of trajectory of thought that's going on in the early modern period. And I look particularly in my work at how this idea of this space of otherness still impacts Black female embodiment in Puerto Rico today. Thank you.
I can go. Thank you so much to the organizers and to all the folks who made this possible. it's a wonderful gathering of folks that I know and folks I've admired from afar. So I'm really grateful to be here. I think I'm trained. I'm in a weird disciplinary space in the sense that I came through Black Studies as an undergraduate, was trained in PhD work as a historian, but in Africana Studies and Geography at this point. So I think just to go back to some of the kind of journey, I think I came to understanding what I was interested in as religion too late, and that may say something about about what that was. And part of that was personal, like fleeing as a Black queer person who actually, the first organization I joined at the University of Virginia was Black Voices, like, actually coming into Black studies in some ways through that kind of relationship and positioning. And then as a Black queer person, also having to shed some of that as a process of becoming, and also that shaping the work. And so I think I went to a very materialist history department in some ways, like shirking religion as a way of engaging in the world for myself personally, and that also as a means of engaging in questions in relation to Black studies. So it took me a really long time, especially trying to think through social movements and political movements from the New Negro into Black Power eras, as like thinking through that, but weirdly try to not really think through in a real serious way religion, and coming to the limits of that, and actually starting to actually see especially this kind of point within the historiography where religious and spiritual life is sequestered actually in Black social movement histories outside of the frame of what is meaningful action vis-a-vis the state or vis-a-vis capital or vis-a-vis other kind of already sort of justified formulations of political possibility, but also recognizing that even all of those figures are moving in between these different kinds of spaces. And I think, prompted by folks like, of course, Judith's work and in circulation with people like Ahmad and other folks who were doing this more organically out of a religion space, started to try to think those things together. Like, how do we actually reinterpret and reimagine what 20th century sort of social, what we understand as long Black freedom struggle or whatever in the U.S. context, how do we understand and reinterpret that with not only the edge that religion might open, but also the edge that out there religion might open, like esoteric formulations about cosmologies and all of that, and a range from holiness and storefront congregations to non-Christian formulations, like the Moorish Science Temple and the NOI and other groups. And how do we deal with the fact that even if we don't want to understand it in that way, that many people who are even some of the kind of key political figures of the 20th century are moving through those spaces. And that brought me as well, I think, in dialogue with Black feminist historians who were doing stuff like the underground and other parts of thinking about what other sites are sequestered in our social movement history because they are not easily interpreted within the formula for thinking about legitimate action. And so that brought me to the reality that for many migrant generations forward, from the 1890s really, but especially from the interwar period into Black Power, many of the people who joined organizations, religious communities and all that circle through these worlds, and there's a movement between the underground and the set apart especially, that shape black political possibility and particularly spatial politics. And that started to rearrange even what I thought I knew about a kind of civil rights to Black Power trajectory in the northern context. First of all, it puts migrants really at the center as the fulcrum of that political movement, even if they're represented by Cecil B. Moore. He's able to leverage a riot that really is the underground and the set apart meeting in the street and being simultaneous. He's able to leverage that into representational politics around integration and other things that are part of the legitimated stuff. And I think about, Sharon Harley was in the 90s saying stuff like, and early 2000s about, Odessa Madre and the underground is funding the NAACP, right? We need to shake some of these neat categories up. And I think in a more rural project that I've been engaging in more recently, I've also had to shake up my sense of what rural Black religious communities are, because I think we also inherit, and self-included, a conservative vision. Even if it is politically activated and motivated, we inherit a certain kind of interpretive frame that understands that as socially and otherwise conservative, that understands that I guess downplays the role that various uses, for example, of Black rural Southern churches have, that is not just the sermonic power, to think about Spillers and that infrastructure, that is also about the reality that that even if it's constrained and confining, that is only there's a historicity to the charismatic configuration, that there are other wises that are already bubbling in that context as well. And I've been thinking a lot with that about how we mobilize those, especially how that's grounded in place and geography, to engage in contemporary issues around land, because Black church yards in my home community are literally the only collectively owned anything in Virginia that you, and I wanted to know, what does it mean that I could cross into that knowing that an ancestor is buried there, and I woke up at birth, I guess, with the intuitive sense that I could go into that space, and that it was a certain kind of property that is not fee simple absolute, that is not, that is not corporate power. And how do we mobilize that? And so I've been thinking differently in a rural context about the subversive possibilities of thinking religion in that context. So thank you.
So I want to say first, I want to just thank Dean Youseff, Tiffany, Joe's not here, and Monique for really putting this all together. I want to say more about sort of this occasion, but I'll sort of say that I share a little bit more, I guess, as we get into the conversation, because I actually think this moment, this conference, I don't want to overstate. So much is overstated right now. I'm going to overstate a lot in general because I think there's some usefulness to that, but I don't think this is an overstatement. That I think this particular sort of occasion to think about Black studies and Black religions, let's say broadly, is long overdue. It's long overdue. That's not to say it hasn't been done before, because it actually has. That's also why I think this is really important, because we may have forgotten some of that. And so I do have something kind of like somewhat prepared that I do want to read a little bit, just so I won't go completely off script, because I'll just say that for conversation. But I do want to sort of animate some of the conversation that I would like to sort of introduce by saying, I kind of come at Black studies, religion, underscore also Black religion, but we can debate about what we call it. I think that's important. I kind of come at this in a number of different ways. One way I'll sort of end that sort of how I come at this a more sort of biographical, institutional sort of affiliation and these sorts of things is that, I've actually went to a seminary. I actually went to an evangelical seminary, evangelical reform seminary. Got my MDiv there, 4 years, Greek, Hebrew, Westminster, Philadelphia. I also went to Princeton Theological Seminary. I was at UVA. JT was just talking about that, at the Carter G. Woodson Institute for African American Studies. I was also in the Religious Studies department at NYU. I'm not saying to just talk about sort of me. I'm saying it because, I've had an interesting sort of journey, and been positioned in so many interesting sort of institutionalized spaces in the Religious Studies department, as well as jointly appointed between Religious Studies and Africana Studies. And now at Cornell in Africana Studies in that historic department, thinking about religion. This is interesting. And we can talk about the history of that department, in that regard. So I'd be interested in knowing, anybody might have stories and just reflections. And so I don't know how many black scholars, well, just I'll say how many scholars are interested in religion who occupy sort of Black Studies Department, Africana Studies Department, whatever you want to call them. And so, let me just, that already says a lot, you know, but I'm happy to try to defend some of what I'm going to say. And whatever I can't defend, at least in this formal part, I'm happy to do it over drinks, coffee, tea, ice cream, or what have you. Serious about ice cream. So let me just sort of like read a little bit of sort of what I'm thinking about. And here's the makeshift title that hopefully going to be found somewhere in publication. Where's Brandon? Give me Brandon. So it's somewhat titled "Why We Can't Give Up on Normativity in the Study of Black Religion," or "Why Manny Marable Retrieves Blackwater." Black religions, particularly Afro-Protestantism, are invoked in no small variety of normative discourses, concepts, claims, representations, and inquiries across many publics and spaces, from literature to music, politics, and to the academy to everyday conversations. There is no representative of Afro-Protestantism or the Black Church who is miscited or just cited more than Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and what are taken to be his quote-unquote prophetic or radical claims, interesting enough at times, without any serious attention to his religion, faith, theology, or God, that might actually underlie his claims about radicality, prophetic, and what also underlie our conception of what King is doing, or how we characterize and conceptualize someone like King as sort of prophetic, radical, whatever the normative concept is. You see, we got Maurice back in the back. He's gonna tell us about King in these ways. Go read that book. If you haven't read it, read Maurice's book. While normative concepts like prophetic, radical, justice, moral, racism, democracy, wrongs, commitments, and harm abound in contemporary mainstream discourses and are not the sole province of black religions, some can be especially difficult to fully understand and appreciate within the history of the U.S. without some recourse to normative frameworks, moral, political, theological, otherwise, within black religions that have critiqued and clarified so much of those concepts. Consider the seismic normative, though not exclusively, debates about whether slavery is moral, biblical, or God's will. Or Bishop Henry McNeil's Turner powerful, though normative declaration in 1985 that, quote, God is a Negro. Or William R. Jones' seemingly inescapable critique, question, which is also the title of his first book, is God a white racist? Recall Jacqueline's Grant, normative distinction between white women's Christ and black women's Jesus, which is also reflected in the title of her book. The title is also important here, particularly at that moment in time. There's a normative claim being made in the titles, but that's another conversation. That's what I'm trying to work on. So I'm just sort of trying to get some of the conversation started today. So, but also consider the deep black religious normative resonances of quote unquote Blackwater for Manny Marable. That text entitled Blackwater, what he takes to be the activist tradition of black religion that represents some of the most crucial sources of self and social transformation, especially in the context of struggle. These examples show that black religious traditions and the scholars who think about them are not only involved in critiquing normative frameworks of domination, but also invested in constructing, reconstructing, and sustaining normative projects of liberation. That is not to imply that there are not normative projects of domination within African American religions. But how do we sort out those differences, particularly if we do not continue to carefully think through often uninterrogated or implicit assumptions, implicit sets of norms, values, and attitudes used to evaluate seemingly competing normative, religious, theological, moral, political visions? In other words, how do we recognize the difference, the normative difference between Blackwater and Whitewater? part of what I sort of want to think about more is try to explore the significance of normativity, or many ways in some way has become the insignificance of normativity for the academic study of black religion. I want to kind of can think about, sort of consider the role, if any, should it play in our methods and approaches, and the possible consequences of those methodological choices, particularly for understanding black religion and black radical politics. In many ways, you know, what I'm interested in is sort of an offering, or perhaps retrieving a normatively sensitive approach to the academic study of black religion that has all but disappeared in the 21st century. For instance, we can think about, just to raise the provocative stakes, Al Rabato's slave religion. What would slave religion look like without his methodological sensitivity to theology? How do we, if desired, keep track of, preserve the methodological legacy of that landmark work? More generally, how might the study of black religion continue to deepen its approaches by revisiting and reconsidering black and womanist theologies, figures, institutions, like churches, mosques, temples, as crucial sites of historical and empirical investigations? In what ways might our analysis and understanding of rituals, practices, race, gender, sexuality, class, and empire would be strengthened with more attention to normativity, like by considering the ways in which those concepts and how they are enacted are themselves reflected of certain norms, commitments, and discursive regimes that we as scholars might or might not want to take on? Thanks.
Can I offer something?
I'm glad, absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because what I love about this panel is that I could see some of the threads that we all have.
Yeah.
And just to do some more unthinking or unthought and try to have more of a conversation between all of us, I noticed that we all have this conversation about, one, the black lived experiences, the thinking about the flesh, and what are the methodological practices that we need to take seriously. And then JT, I was so touched about what you were thinking about in terms of, like, when you were talking about what does it mean to be a black queer person moving and finding spaces for safety and safe haven, and also thinking about the different locations, the localities of the geographical places of rural versus in the city. And I've noticed that even in my work, that there are, like, when it comes to like different religious practices, especially for Haitian Vodou, the rural is way different than the city in terms of time, in terms of structure, in terms of the deities, the ancestors. But one of the methodological thinkings that I'm still resting with, especially when we think about the role of unthought, is we need to take seriously about how do we think about the role of belief, the spirit, the deities, the things that we don't know, and how do we actually take that seriously? And I think that there's something about religious studies, and I know some of y'all are thinking about this too, and have thought about this too, where some people don't take that work seriously, the work of the spirit seriously. And you said what?
Religious studies doesn't.
Religious studies doesn't. Yeah, exactly. And also, even if you try to take the people seriously in these lived experiences, people go, but do you believe they're actually doing that work? Eziaku, do you believe that these Vodou practitioners are getting taken over? And the answer is, it doesn't matter what I believe. It matters as we're taking religious studies, and as a black feminist ethnographer, that we're taking these religious practices seriously. And we're going to do what Maya Angelou offers us, is that if someone tells you who they are, we believe them. So how do we think about belief? What is the role of the divine, and how do we make sure that these are serious central focuses that help us illuminate these lived experiences in the realities that we're understanding? Yeah.
I just want to add to that. I think what's also important, particularly in Africana religions, as you know, Eziaku, that the kind of beauty of the unknown, and the kind of the way that it is expected that you sit in the unknown, and that there are just some things, even as an ethnographer, right? Yeah. Like you see this, there are just some things you will not know, either until the right time, or you must kind of get comfortable in those moments of unrest, those moments of not having that finite answer, right? And that's what I love about particularly Africana religious studies is kind of, and you know, I do this when I'm teaching my African diaspora in the world class. African religious African diaspora religion class. It was gonna come out, y'all. It was coming. It's still early for me, but so I had to oftentimes let students know that these traditions are not about being able to list what you know. And it's a complete reorientation to knowledge and where knowledge comes from and where that wisdom comes from, right? And I think that's something that I'm always trying to highlight, particularly with students who come from these Christian backgrounds, right? Where it's about recitation, being able to, recite a scripture, and the knowing is what's important in a lot of these kind of Western, particularly Christian traditions. So that's the one thing. The other thing is where you say it's not about belief, right? It's about, particularly as somebody who studies pragmatism, it's about kind of what does that religion do in the lives of the people? What is the function of the people? So it's not about those first questions, right? Do you believe? Is this right? Should this be what we follow? But it's about what that tradition does in the lives of the community. What does it bring about? How does it help them grieve, right? How does it help them move about the everyday when destruction is everywhere? Then when the catastrophe of these kind of meteorological catastrophes are always present, when anti-blackness is always present, the catastrophe of anti-blackness, right? What does the religion do for those people? So I think that's also something to. Can I jump in real quick?
At the risk of being spicy.
Be spicy.
It's early. It's still early. It's still early. We were actually talking about this last night a little bit in terms of certain trajectories in Black studies, Black thought, that the consequence of which serves academia more than it does actual Black folks.
Well,
one of the things that I love so much about the tradition of, I guess I should say Black anthropology. Black anthropology of religion is an attentiveness to the role of non-material power and how that the prospect of relying upon the all-powerful to alleviate disempowerment, right? And what that means in the lives of the people who believe, right? Black folks who believe not just in a better tomorrow, but the possibility of a better present, right? And are actively working toward realizing that, and all of the ways in which they do that, whether it's through building institutions of worship, whether it is gathering together to sing and heal and do that work internally in ways that evade study, frankly. I see some of the things that we're raising here as rubbing up against an impulse to declare only that which can be fall within the purview of the academic enterprise, that which is viewable, that which is can be sort of empirically studied, right? The sort of I think JT mentioned materiality earlier, right? As a way to I guess invalidate or dismiss Black spiritualities as cults, as varying kinds of irrational belief, right? Or bad religion.
I think we definitely can't understand the everyday ways that people move within their own lives without understanding the ways that spiritual and ancestral guidance and other modes draw them here and there and have really nothing to do with I think what I was coming up against in relation to like a particular kind of form of historicism that have nothing to do with rational decisions about political economy or things like that actually may be adverse to those, or definitely antithetical to many of the modes that are legalized and regularized in the U.S. context. And so I think for sure to understand, and I was also really interested across stuff like major displacements, like Great Migration, like what are the kind of portable ways that when you can't take the land, if you've been Jim Crow'd and iced you out of land, what do you take with you, and how does that kind of reproduction of that create continuity? And I think, especially in the context, in the early context of interwar migration, you can't understand that kind of the things that people are trying to build without having understood that they come from a whole landed church world, right? For better or for worse. I also think we're in certain kinds of historicism, we butt up against this question of belief in spirit in ways that rub against reality, and it's challenging, but like the reality that the slavery ending revolt that is the Civil War, the U.S. is driven by millenarianism or certain other kinds of affective and political structures that are not comfortable, especially within academic discourse, to deal with, is a reality. And I think we can't understand that. And I think we can't understand the kind of fulcrum of black political leverage without understanding what challenging the cosmological order and white supremacy has done, and what its possibilities are ongoingly. Because we're not at a this hasn't ended, and I think this is an ongoing kind of. I'm a historian, so maybe I should back away from the what is now. But anyway, I think this is a rich conversation. So thank you. I think belief and that question is so critical.
I want to pick up that thread if I can. Because I think the kind of the cosmological, the question around belief, the materiality. I mean, how do we articulate these cosmologies, belief, apart from something like what we has been called theology? Like, and part of what I'm not, and just to be clear, I'm not trying to make theology the queen of the sciences again. But what I am suggesting is why theology is important in the context of black people is because black people are thinking about what we might call belief. They actually are thinking. So how do we actually account for the ways in which black people are literally thinking, coming over ideas, actually taking the materiality or the lack thereof to actually imagine these new world out of Jim Crow, migrating through all these sorts of pathways? That is the raw. So much of the raw material that around which and through which black people have made a life for themselves in this country is through what Manny Marble will say, and what a lot of people said well before him, black religion. And so, I think whatever our approaches are, I think if they fall short if they are unable to account for the intellectual activity of black people. Like, how are black people actually thinking? Like, I mean, intellectual history matters, but it's so often that intellectual history is not interested in the theological sort of history. The theological ideas that you can't actually understand so much of that history apart from it. I'm willing to argue and fight about it, politely, of course, and let me just say, I haven't, I've been on 2D screens like most of you, so I'm happy to be out in public, so it might show too much. And so, but... No, I say that because I think part of one of the wedges within sort of like black studies and religious studies is sort of it inheriting the wedge that's sort of represented in larger humanities. That is, what do we do about theological studies? Religious studies don't want to deal with it. We got not to go too far off script, which I don't have a script, so we'll see. We have Columbia Department of Religion. We have a Union Theological Seminary. But that's one way we can index sort of the interesting sort of this thing. That's not picking on Columbia. That's not picking on Union. It's just that this is actually how our disciplines are shaped by how these institutions are formed. Right. And it shapes actually how we train graduate students. How do we think about the thing that we say we're studying? And so all I'm just suggesting, among other things, is that I would not want, you know, whatever we call it, Black studies, Black religious studies, Africana religious studies, all the things that all the various sort of studies that we have up and running that exist, like to sort of lose track of like how Black people thought about their world, thought about themselves, that has much to do with their own self-understanding, however we understand it, of being sort of part of a larger war. This gets back to the William James point. You know, I'll leave it there.
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
Were you
no,
gonna
no,
jump-
you
jump
can jump in. I was going to say something else, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to say perhaps there's a relationship between the denial of the theological and what emerges as pessimism. It's a little spicy a little bit, but I'm going to shut up because I want to hear what you have to say, but I have a series of like questions in my mind, but I don't want to hijack the space.
No, I always come in images. Can we go back to my little slide? Do you want me to get up? I can get up.
I think Andrew can pull it
Oh,
out.
Andrew? Where's Andrew? We love it. We love us, Andrew.
I don't know if it's still alive.
Actually, I could just stand here because I just want to say something that I'm so inspired by this panel. And, I'm always moving, physical trainer at heart. So, yeah. I just wanted to tell you thank you because I'm thinking about the role of movement. And then, again, we're thinking about these ideological trainings. But I also want to make sure we also consider who we are as scholars and how we bring in our intellectual selves into the space. And that there's intellect that comes from the grounding of us and our own background. And I say this because for my own background, I am Nigerian American and I'm Igbo. Kimakano, shout Igbo Bueno. But there is something about who we are as scholars that we are bringing in our own intellect. And I say that because there's sometimes we do that much work of reading, rereading, overreading, reading too much, and then we try to sound like everyone else. And there's a way that we are coming in with our own selves. And again, I'm thinking about your work, Ashley, about thinking about the work of what does a Black feminist ethnographer do, and how we need to come in and think thoughtfully as these reflexive ideologies of who we are. And again, I want to just make sure I say this, that there is a gendered work and a gendered labor as we think about these religious spaces and how we get to be in these types of spaces. For example, I showed this picture of me doing Mama Mode's hair. If I was a white man, do you think I would have access to touch Mama Mode's head? No. So who I am as a Black Nigerian woman and cisgender, I had access to touch her even though I was not initiated. There's also another thing that y'all don't know. My aunt taught me how to wrap hair. Now, this is not innate to Black people. You didn't wake up in the morning going, do you know how to wrap Black people's hair? No. I had to look at YouTube, and my aunts had to teach me, like, Eziaku, please, you're wrapping it like a white woman. Can you wrap it tight? So these are intellectual knowledges that are coming from my own training that help me in the field. Another thing I want to think about, because again, we're thinking about the role of movement and work, is the type of time and the geographical spaces that we have to do to be in these spaces. And again, I want to think about clearly for my work, that there is a gendered labor, and I know Jafari Allen, I don't know if he's here right now, but he had this thought for Vincent Emmons called deep play. And this was very helpful for me to think about that the field was not a classroom, that you had to put the pen and paper down, and that you had to just show up. That some of the questions that you're going to ask is not going to be like, okay, tell me about when were you born? Okay, so 1962. Okay, great. You had to just sit and do work, and that's how some of the questions and comments were going to come out. And so for me, for being a Black woman, I was put to work. They put me to work, y'all. So I also want to think about the type of labor, the religious labor, and how belief gets fused in with these work. That is not just believing, you're just going to sit down and you're going to practice the religion, but it's the practice. This is a verb. It's what you do. So by me pounding the spiritual herbs, that was also this infusion of the role of belief. This is also thinking about movement. When we think about lived expressions, that this is something I had to see and embody as well. And I'm going to sit down.
Could I?
Yeah. So I just want to add, like, you know, what y'all have been saying these last few minutes is pointing to theory in the flesh, right? And kind of this everyday theory making. Especially for those who are not in these academic spaces, right, to challenge this kind of epistemic privilege that we afford to academia, and instead understanding the way that there is theory being built in the everyday, right? Like there is theory being built in the way you are wrapping heads, right? That in itself, it's theory and it's praxis, right? It's both theory and method involved in that. And so I
and trust.
Absolutely.
Because again, I'm not, like, as a non-initiate, you're not allowed to touch a practitioner's head. Right. That's, the spirit is not where the heart is, the spirit is where the head resides. And through a number of initiations, that's where they find, like, these main spirits. That's where you can cause the most harm. So this is also thinking about the time that Mama Mo trusted in me. She was also watching how I was doing other head wraps and articulating those head wraps. So obviously I slayed. And then again, the proof was in the pudding. So again, this is we talk about lived experiences. That was also part of it. So
absolutely. So and also this kind of way making, this world building that's happening in the communities that we enter into to study, right? And also in those communities that we're not even thinking about, like the ways that that theory is being built in that every day. I also wanted to make a comment about kind of how we enter into our work. My own work is absolutely ancestrally led. I heard from a reading, in the moments when I'm like, man, I don't want to do this book no more. I'm done. We've all had those moments as scholars, as academics. But I'm reminded of a reading that I had that said that you made this ancestral promise to do this work. And so my work is inspired by my great-grandmother, Justina, Black Puerto Rican woman, born in 1881. I just want to call her name here. And also, there was something else I was going to say. I do not remember what it was. It'll come back. I'm just going to leave it right there.
I wanted to say something about the gendered labor and Black feminist approaches to archives, and sort of thinking about the ways that helping that, using those kind of tools that have been deployed, particularly in slavery studies and like urban history by Black feminist historians, opens up like these other moments within the kind of power dynamic of religious institutions and communities and all of that. And I think part of it is like we already know all of this, but I think it's helpful to kind of engage in a kind of Black feminist reading praxis and Black queer engagement to at certain moments to disaggregate belief and labor from each other, to think about actually what kind of world is being made through feeding people, through making sure that people know how to read, through all these kinds of day-to-day activities, and then how is a certain kind of, especially when belief becomes dogmatic, how that appropriates that labor into a kind of into certain forms of power that privilege certain kinds of cis masculine presenting power in churches and in other institutions as well. And I think a theory in the flesh really does think about, again, how do we, literally how is the flesh sustained in one framework? I mean, there are the other obvious references in relation to flesh. We're thinking about ungendering and violence and all of those kinds of things. But literally, how is intergenerational flesh maintained as a possibility as a starting place? And I think, again, we it's important to draw on Black feminist historians in reading these archives to understand and to analyze the various kinds of power circuits that are colonized by a certain charismatic masculine authority, but that does not originate there, and that can never, if the masculine figure was there, authority figure was there unto themselves, they would have no power, right? So the joining in, where people are building the body of organizations and communities, is the actual day-to-day theorization that's happening. And when you start looking at the edges of certain archives through that reading practice, you don't come to Father Divine as the central person. You come to these women who write letters to each other, actually, indexing how they fed each other, and that's the power. Because when he died, it's not to say patriarchal power can't outlive that being itself, but it is to say that, and still have a lot of command over the present, even when that person is no longer there. But it's to say that if that was the only source of the power, or the originating source of the power, it would not sustain, right? In many ways. And so I think, I also think that I don't know if I'm getting into the wrong conversation or that, but I also think we have, especially for folks who are politically minded and in terms of organizing and towards liberation, the idea that we will leave questions of theology, religion, religious institutions alone, is not viable, right? And we could look back to the kind of pitfalls of Black Power in relation to its questions around theology and all of these questions in certain formulations. Let me not go too far, because I don't want to get in trouble with saying the wrong thing. So yeah, I think anyway, this theory in the flesh and this aggregating belief in labor, I think is really critical from a Black feminist and Black queer perspective on archives and all of that.
Yeah, I want to pick up the thread too, JC. You always seem to say where I want to go. I think what troubles me, and if I'm honest, which I don't really know any other way to be, really, for those who know me a bit, really, is that we have a lot of big concepts out here in our fields. There's a lot of massive concepts. And, once we start thinking about what public sort of engagement of these disciplines sort of amount to, we're just the ideal of justice, for instance, is a part of that conversation usually. Racial justice, social justice. Well, what are we talking about? Do we mean John Rawls, a theory of justice? Do we mean so I'm not trying to be cavalier. What I mean is that because these concepts that are so massive, that are deployed, that we all do so regularly, I think because so many of our projects and our works, our research reveal that, as we love to say in the academy, things are really complicated. Well, how do we think about power, gender, race, religion, belief, when so much of it, we already know, we can see sort of the limits of these concepts. And so we need a way to think about, how we think about these concepts. I don't think we can take that move for granted, because it's actually, in many ways, this is why, I think you just can't escape some kind of, meta-ethics or normativity, because you got to have a way to think about the thing that you want to think about. Even if you might sort of push back in different ways, but we just can't take for granted that when somebody say white supremacy, we all know what we're talking about. Black religion, Africana, we all know what we're talking about. And so I'm just wondering whether or not for us on this panel, and maybe in the audience and wherever else, are there, I just want to think more about sort of certain concepts that tend to be more troublesome than in certain ways, and how we approach sort of what we do. And what are we thinking, what are we doing when we run into those particular sort of methodological sort of cul-de-sacs or something of that nature? Because, coming back to the movement work and all these and labor, I just want some of these sort of ideas and really implicit sort of theories to be much more disaggregated as much as possible, because I think a lot hinges on it. Because even though there's a lot of shared concept usage, there isn't a lot of, in my view, shared understanding. And I think as scholars, if we cannot make that distinction, those distinctions very, very easily, or at least enough of, Bill Hart is in the audience. His blackness of his last says blackness of black. That book is incredible, for a number of reasons. One, because Bill Hart is helping us to understand what do we mean by these concepts? What do we mean by blackness? ooh, you know, and so it's like, I mean, you know, if blackness is everything, or is it nothing? Does it have to do with black people, or is it just a bunch of theories? That's what we do, just we talk about. I mean, I don't think we can play too terribly intellectually, much less ethically, or even political, too fast and loose around like even blackness. If we want to connect it to anything like a movement that's going to change anything that's material, well, maybe this is just all intellectual exercise. But if that's the case, we should be honest about that too. There's nothing wrong about that inherently, but I just think we're conflating. There's so many things that's being conflated methodologically. So many interests, so many aims are being conflated that we gotta, I'm just trying to just slow us down a bit so that we can just begin to sort of, to say, okay, do we want to go down this particular like pathway intellectually, methodologically, like, you know, or not for whatever reason, you know, as opposed to sort of, I think there being, in my view, much more of an assumption of that, even though I think we all recognize significant amount of difference among us in so many different ways, but I want to sort of talk more about like intellectually what those differences, and I think this conference, this particular opening panel, you know, is a very important sort of segue into that.
On that point, I wonder if it might be instructive here maybe to speak really explicitly about the kinds of tools that you use in your practice. And it might be methodological tools or not in your practice and in the study of your subject. Anybody might jump in here to think about what tools are you using to kind of get at the subject that you're interested in?
I'll jump in, and actually connects back to my train of thought that I lost earlier.
Oh, good,
so as
good.
I was saying, my work is ancestrally led. I focus on embodiment in the field, right? Corporeality, kind of these lived everyday experiences of embodiment. And what that means for me is that it's about how I see myself in the field. It's about how the participants that I'm talking to are also seeing me. It's about how I enter the field, kind of the ways that I'm able to gain access, being able to say, you know, I have history here in Puerto Rico as well, personal history, right? So it's about, so what I do in my methodology, I'm asking people, like, how does your body feel when this is occurring? What was happening to you? What emotions came up? What feelings? I do this also in my classroom, right? I'm like, so what are you feeling right now? If you're stressed, where does that stress live? Where does that anxiety live? That you got all these exams and tests coming up. Where does it? Because being embodied, I am a dancer by training, right? I grew up dancing. So I am oftentimes led by these questions of corporeality. I'm led by questions about what it means to actually embody Black womanhood in the field and in the everyday, in my everyday life. So I'm always kind of asking these questions about the body, about what are the practices that these creative strategies of resistance that you employ over and against this colonial framework of Puerto Rico, and also this kind of historical, like long-standing, almost 500-year colonial history and trajectory. So, you know, I'm always trying to step outside of kind of the high theory and think about what is human about, asking these questions about humanness, right? And asking these questions about the visceral, about what is it that you're feeling in these moments. So that's one of the tools. That's one of the ways. Of course, we kind of always come at the work in different ways, but that's one of the main ones that I always try to go back to is, what does it feel like when you're dancing bomba? What is that moment of healing and that moment of release? What did you feel in your body? And people are able to say, you know, my eyes lit up and I felt relief and I felt myself crying when I was dancing juba, and that's one of the rhythms in bomba. I felt something being lifted because I was grieving because one of my students, you know, lost a family member, right? So it's in these, again, it's kind of in these kind of, it's in the body's materiality, right? That's one of the many ways that I enter the work in my method.
I would say I refuse to think of Black theory without Black people. I refuse to think about Black queer theory without Black queer people. And I think that there's so often, like when you talked about like people are explaining away or theorizing for theorizing's sake, I feel like, especially when we think about marginalized communities and then the layers on top of that, I just feel like there's so much at stake when, and there's so much harm that could be done that erases people's identities and people's understandings of themselves. So even within my book, I take seriously Black people's thoughts. I take seriously how Black queer people are even thinking about the space of being in these Haitian Vodou communities. So much so that even in the field of African diasporic religions, and I know, Ashley, you know this, like there's a way that people try to say that, African diasporic religions is a queer religion. And that's usually because of the fact that there is a way of thinking about spirit possession, and then there's the types of gender bending performances that are happening. Now, if you actually go and watch these ceremonies and you watch what's happening to queer and trans people, you will watch that for some of them, that they could be leaders of these spaces, but they also have to worry about their safety. They have to worry about what happens after they get taken over by a spirit. What happens if if you are a queer man, if you are a two femme and then you touch the wrong cisgender heterosexual man, you have to worry about like what's going to happen to you, your body wise afterwards. Umasisi, you're gay. I'll see you outside. So again, this is where I come in with my theory about Vodou Hop, about like the ways that people are trying to find safety and home and solace. But again, if you're just doing theory for theory's sake, you're erasing the types of lived realities that people are going through. And I feel like that's just at this stage, it's just too dangerous to do that for me.
I know Youseff has a couple of comments. I want to just interject for a moment and remind everyone that we will be turning to audience questions. So if you have a few thoughts, this would be a good time to start gathering them. And it seems like we have some mics too. So we'll gesture towards audience questions and comments in a few moments.
I think for me, I sort of carry the, I want to say it like that. All right, I'm gonna come back. I think for me, one of the most productive, my experience has been that the most productive means of conceiving of the tools that, the methodologies, the tools that I use to do what I do comes from my experience in the field. That it occurred to be as I sort of began research in the community that I'm working with, that I'm learning from, actually, that all of the disciplining that I had received didn't serve me as well as I thought it might, as opposed to really sort of positioning myself in such a way as to sort of open myself to learn and carry a certain sense of humility into that space. I in the moment, I'm just sort of thinking about what it means to have learned a little bit about pedagogy, and then the difference between learning about pedagogy and then actually being in front of a classroom are two different experiences, right? Similarly, learning about some of the sort of methodologies that we gain through anthropology, sort of the ethnographic process, et cetera, are much different when you enter the field, right? So, I love what you were saying about, the pen and pad and how that doesn't necessarily work. That actually can create a barrier between you and the people that you're trying to work with. The way in which I'm sure you all have experienced that sort of tightening or the clamming up when someone knows that you're about to record, right? Or you're like, they see you writing, or you're talking to them and then they see you writing something down and they're like, oh, all right. Okay, well, let me backtrack and say that differently, right? There's a foreclosure that happens. And then on top of that, I think the theoretical interventions that I'm trying to sort of work with and conceive of in my book come from the field, right? Come from the community or communities that I'm working with, right? So, just quite frankly, if I can help it, there will be no dead white men in my book. To be frank about it, I'm sorry, but not sorry.
Not sorry.
I mean, yeah, but I say that, in jest, but also seriously. I mean, I think they're, thinking in a sort of a global sense, which is how I understand the study of the Black experience, which is global. There's a number of different languages, terminologies, concepts that we can use to describe and articulate human life that isn't just about what comes out of it's sort of in a sort of enlightenment space or what have you, or whatever. But yeah, so I think for me that's the spirit I try to sort of carry into what I do.
Youseff, it feels like you're thinking about canon as well.
Yeah.
What type of scholars are we citing? What type of scholars are we moving from and drawing from?
Yeah, there's a certain kind of citational politics that I carry. I think we're also, and when I use the word untrained, I use that seriously.
Yeah,
right, in terms of like how we are trained, how we are disciplined, and who disciplines us. Right. I don't. We talked about this last night. I draw a distinction between sometimes what we do, which is intellectual production, and knowledge, right? We too often and too loosely use the term knowledge production, but sometimes what we do isn't actually adding to what we know, right? We're just recycling words. And one of the things that I was thinking about as I was in the shower this morning was like, having this sort of internal speech. Like when I'm thinking about like Black studies and its legacy, I'm asking myself, who in the hell are we talking to? Which is what you were asking, I think. Are we talking to ourselves, right? What does that do? What is that for, right? Who does that serve, right? And I have a bunch of other rhetorical questions, but yeah.
Well, I want to say out loud that your phrasing of who disciplines us, the double entendre evident in that phrase is, it's really activating my thinking.
Was anyone not thinking about sex too? No. Can we also bring up the conversation about sex and religion? No.
I think we've done it. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. What's your tool?
Oh, I'm still trying to figure it out, to be honest. But I will say that part of my tool is deeply sort of philosophical, more psychological, which is to really say, one way to put it, maybe ethics and all these kinds of things too. Because I mean, so much of our like academic discourse and popular discourse is so ethical now. Everything is ethical. We're all making these ethical arguments. It's like, well, how do you? I mean, I think it's important to think about, well, how do we actually make the ethical argument? Even, you said sort of the citational practices and the politics. Well, why? Why have, like, I mean, I don't, it's not to say that we shouldn't have a politics or even a citational politics, but I don't think we should sort of assume we all sort of know what we mean by that. And we all share the same set of like values and aims, when it comes to sort of like who we cite. I mean, and quite frankly, I mean, and not just about citation, but it's also about, thinking as well. It's like, well, I mean, how much of Europe do you really got to know even to do Black studies? Yikes. Yikes. I mean, even the people that we cite, even the Black scholars that we cite, some of them, contemporary, some of them, are engaged with a lot of Europe. Now, that's not a critique. That's just a description of what actually is a part of Black studies. Do we want to take that seriously? Listen, I'm just saying, I think like if what we want to do as scholars broadly, if we just want to talk to ourselves, then we've done that. We've done a really good job of that. That's a little bit different from where Black studies has originated, but we are where we are. And so in terms of why my methods are what they are, I think is because let me put it this way. If one wants to get a PhD in black theology in this country, where would one go? Honestly. Like, you know, or even black religion broadly. Where would one go? Like, I mean, there's only so, and I think to begin answering that question might take us to sort of why we are gathered here and the various methods that we take to be sort of important, that and maybe important just because they might more reflect sort of our own kind of personal sensibilities, orientations, and the like. You know, but I do think that if I'm more interested in, like, what does particularly something like black religion, Africana religion, like, what does it have to say to, just to be sort of on brand, what does it have to say to our contemporary moment? All right. Well, whatever that is going to have to be normative. Like, it just can't just be describing, oh, things are just very bad. Great, we already knew that. Well, what are you going to offer? Is this going to be thick descriptions, thin descriptions, on and on? I'm not saying those things are not important. They're huge. They're important. I'm a historicist to the core. To the core. Man, JT's a real historian. So I was like, she might well say, brother, you might need a little bit more than that. And I was like, well, that's why I want to read his stuff. And others. So that's kind of where I enter the conversation. It's just, I want to think more about sort of, and my own sort of like way of approaching things is to think about sort of the kinds of visions that are on offer in our sort of fields and subfields. And how do we actually evaluate and think through those visions in a very intellectual, responsible, and careful way? Because in order for us to think about practices or rituals, like, we have to think about sort of like the theories, the assumptions that underlie how we even thinking about the practices, well, the practices of the people, and how we actually conceptualizing their practices. Much less, you see, so on and on and on.
I think for me, very quickly, the tools and methods. I think one of the primary kind of tools and methods or approaches is in the vernacular being country. Like the capacity, and that's both like ancestral in the sense that my own family's movements back and forth animate how I come to understand what it means to go back and forth, north and south, and carry things or not, but also ancestral and country in the sense that I never took analyzing an urban landscape for granted, because none of it's natural to me in the sense of like having been born into that environment. And so when it does not feel natural to me at knowing what a church as a kind of set apart, just to kind of make it concrete, as a set apart space in a rural environment is not a storefront at the corner. And so actually trying to go back and think about the ways that people move through space between these different worlds, I think that was part of the kind of toolbox that helped to open up those kinds of things in my own work. I think black feminist archival practices, I already said that, so I'll just that again, but also stuff like oral history, and I actually shied away from oral history of the book, in part because I'd be scared for all the reasons that we are already talking about, talking to people, but taking oral history training to open up the kind of intersubjective nature of all kind of archival collections and creations, as a way of even when black voices are not unmediated in those in those kind of enclosed environments and spaces of the archive, opening that some, pulling at it some, and then from there being able to engage in stuff like some of the stuff that's discussed in the field, like fabulation and all that. And I think also fiction writing for me, because there are limits to archives that make it impossible to get at certain things, especially in intimacies, and especially around questions of spiritual belief and all of that in practice when people are no longer here. But the capacity that's open when you can imagine openly in the form of fiction. I've been working on I feel more firm in saying that, even though my historical sensibilities also rub against that a lot, by looking at June Jordan and in a new project and recognizing the ways that she goes from actual experiences to fictional versions and back and forth in her own material, and using that as a possibility for open black religious archives, I think, even further. Thank you.
I have a question for you. I'm curious about how you deal with silence in the archive and what you do with this kind of discourse of the unsaid or...
Well, I mean, I think just that's why I think the oral history opens up the intersubjective nature, because it's not just intersubjectivity. It's not just, as I mean, you're an ethnographer, a black feminist ethnographer. It's not just the kind of the dialogue. It's all the things that shape the dialogue off the frame of the page and off the frame of the conversation as well. And so I think that does open up those archives quite differently, so that even when someone is sitting to profess a certain faith or other kinds of understanding and belief, that you're also recognizing what that. And I think in my own particular work, the underground is often the either explicitly stated, it's very gendered. Men will say, I used to be a hustler, and now I'm a follower of Father Divine, or the NOI, or this or that, as part of their fishing and proselytization. Women is less, because of the ways that gendered undergrounds are often also embedded with discussions about sexuality and all of that. Women in these archives tend not to be as straightforward and forthcoming around what that means to have been in those worlds prior. But I think so. That's and that's not to overread that. That's to allow for a certain amount of their non-disclosure to be what that is. But it is also to say that there are that analyzing these archives for their intersubjective nature brings that out. And so thank you for that.
Thank you.
I really appreciate this part of the conversation. We have a lot to chew on still, and I think that I saw at least one person had a question or was prepared to. Oh, there is a microphone. I have a blind spot to my right, so if there's a hand over there, I'll need your help. But there's one here as well.
Thank you. It's such a rich discussion. I think I have a couple of statements and a question. One is, I know that you're aware that Black Studies began in institutionally departments of religion, which were and are at this moment right now today some of the most racist spaces in our institutions. And I wonder how you feel about that origin story. I mean, in the 1960s, because I was there, when we were trying to institute Black Studies, for some reason, and I'm sure you could tell us all why, Black Studies went towards departments of religion, sometimes divinity, to be institutionally placed in. The second thing I wanted to say was to just honor Professor Carter. I know how you began your semester. My son-in-law is on the faculty of Chapel Hill, and I just want to honor the terror of those opening weeks of the semester, one event after the other, and to thank you and then ask you a question, because you phrased it so beautifully. Who is the we and we must
exceed our flesh.
We must exceed such a rich and wonderful word. We must exceed our flesh. So I wondered who that we be. And I think finally that the interpretation that theology might be the end of the imagination and the spoken rather than the opening to it. And I wonder, Professor, if you might consider theology not as a way to frame it, but as a way to just shut it down. And thank you all. I have nothing to say this afternoon.
Okay.
I'm just going to go. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate it. Thankfully, I'm currently on sabbatical. I wasn't on campus for the first incident. I was on campus for the second one, and yes, it was terrifying. So when you ask, I'll just sort of answer your question directly because I don't know how much time we have. The we that I imagine when I sort of stated we must exceed our flesh is anyone who is a human being, right? That is a realization, an opening, an offering that I came to by virtue of my reading practice, but then also my listening practice, in terms of being in the field, in terms of a kind of engagement with the tradition of the sort of intellectual tradition and its commentaries that arise out of the sort of the Islamic studies, or not Islamic studies in a sort of academic capacity. I'm talking about like the tradition, right? As well as black studies. There's a way in which I understand black studies as having the capacity to offer something to the broader human experience. And so when I say we must exceed our flesh, when I say that ancestors are more than names, more than memories, more than bones, I'm trying to sort of think about an anthropology proper, right? So what are the, by virtue of my study of this unapologetically Muslim, unapologetically black community, of which I am a part, actually, and I sit in gratitude of that. There's a set of lessons that I take away, and I'm attempting to sort of offer through the work that I do. The notion that we are so. This question of the flesh is an important one because of the. I mean, we don't have to recount the history here, but through racial capitalism, all of us actually, in many ways, are reduced to flesh only, right, and are forced to ignore questions of the spirit. Some of us are valued only because of the flesh that we present or the flesh that we inhabit. I think it was Tracy Fessenden that there's a sort of way that whiteness has sort of configured. I'm paraphrasing. Configured white bodies as more than flesh, and black bodies as less, as only flesh, right? And so this is an encountering or a pushing against racial capitalism and plantation logics that have reduced black people to only bodies, right? To only flesh, right? And so what is it about the experience of dehumanization, disinheritance, disempowerment that pushes black folks and their religiosities and their spiritualities and the sort of legacy of thought to then offer so beautifully to the world, to the human family, that we indeed are more than flesh. We must exceed our flesh in order to actually be human.
I think you might have helped me tremendously, actually, to answer that very, I think, a very consequential question, and to re-articulate it. It's the question something like, is theology more so the end than the beginning? Well, I think if Youseff is right, I'm right, and I think he's right because he says he's right, but I also think he's right because he says he's right, and I think anyway, So I think the answer is both, because if to be, I can say a million things about Charles Long here. That's a big Charles Long footnote. Good grief, it's just like a massive footnote I could put here. And I also want to sort of footnote Victor Anderson sort of flesh stuff. That essay is important, or essay for this. One way to index this, that even someone like Manny Marable in '81, he was just pretty matter of fact that black people are spiritual people. Now, Now that's the rub. Well, what do we mean by that? And what do we even mean by theology? Is it that it just goes to the bone that black people just come out of the womb like jumping for Jesus, or whatever sort of like religious sort of thing? Now, obviously we don't mean that, but I do think if there is something that exceeds flesh, that is non-corporeal, that is immaterial, then that's actually like what it means to be in the world, how so many black people have understood themselves in the world that's beyond the flesh. Then that is a particular starting point in a way, right? So what kind of language, what kind of theories, what kind of resources, analytics that we have as scholars to not just identify, not just to name the thing, but actually to get inside of it. Because if you can't actually you can't ever fully get inside of it, of course. We all know that. Just you study anything, you can't get inside of anything. There's always silences, in everything. Not just the archives. There's silences even in all kinds of ways in which we sort of think, because we're all somewhat positioned somewhere that has its own sort of just set of limitations. And so I do find it fascinating that so much of like some of the more theoretically sort of interested forms of black study that's happening in black studies broadly, is a movement towards like poetics, poesis, all these kinds of things, which is another way to sort of like, you're back to theology in a way, right? Afrofuturism. Well, Rabbi took to tell you about Afrofuturism. Like how do black people imagining their world? That is so much of the work of what we call a kind of black religious imagination, black religious sort of thinking, what we call also black theology. And so for me at least, it's both a starting and end point, because you gotta have a vision of some understanding, some deep understanding, analysis of where you are, that is not just reducible to sort of the flesh. That enslaved people just didn't think their flesh is the only thing that mattered. We know this, but how might that particular sort of understanding, that knowledge, actually become more and more integrated into our methodologies? I'm not saying everybody needs to become a theologian, but the fact that we don't seem to have anybody aspiring to be a theologian of a certain kind of sort is very interesting in the 21st century. In terms of black. Now we got to sort of reimagine what that is, what that looks like. Now, because theology is a very troublesome sort of concept and idea that I'm very much aware of too, and many of you are as well. But I'm just using it as it's just an index, people. It's just an index. So don't run me out here. So but I'm trying to index, I think, something that in terms of like conceptually, like how we're able to sort of conceptualize so much of the thing that is unnamed, so much of the thing that is immaterial, so much of the thing that is spiritual, so much of the thing that is transcendent. The stuff that we're all in many ways, if not individually, in some ways in our scholarship, or after, right? Trying to get beyond. If you just say, well, how are you going to get how do black people get anywhere without some conception of like them being bound up with some larger world that's outside of this flesh, outside of material things as we understand it? So I'm just trying to call us back to our sort of, in many ways, our intellectual roots, that we can't forget where we've come from. And I think that question in terms of how black studies emerged and how religion was so critical to sort of the emergence of black studies, I think, hopefully we can get more into that over the next few days.
There was another question on the table. Well, another few, yeah.
Yes, thank you to the panelists for your contributions and your work. I have a number of questions, but I'll just kind of, Dr. Pickett, I'm curious to hear more about your call for a return to the normative, and so just perhaps a clarifying question by what the normative is for you, and who, in fact, do you envision as being uniquely positioned to do this work. And so I'm thinking about that as a kind of overarching question about categories. And so you've invoked the name of Charles Long, of course, who, Perspectives for the Study of Black Religion 1970, right, makes a very clear claim that black religion at that point was immensely Christocentric. There's, this Christian hegemony that structures the field of black religion, and he calls for a more expansive study of black religion in 1970. I don't know, and there's been a number of advancements since Long's critique, and the theological and the Christian theological is still very much in hegemonic power, I would say, in the study of black religion today, despite a number of important interventions. And so I guess I'm trying to understand the critique that you're landing for the field, but then also thinking about the import and the significance of the normative. Like, what does the normative offer? What does it do? What's the function of the theological? I also don't want to overlook the contributions of womanist theologians and ethicists, in part because many of the folks you've cited are largely black male theologians. Trying to think about what that does for how they are orienting themselves within the field. And so it's just a question about, this call to return. What are we returning back to, right? And where do you see those kinds of intellectual inheritances taking us? If in fact Christian hegemony is still the ordering apparatus for the study of black religion, and I would dare say, as Josef's work has, shown us with this recent book, I would say black studies still has a Christocentric understanding of black religion today. And so who are we talking about? Where's the critique landing? And where do you see the field going, right, if we are returning to the normative?
Jumping here just as the clock. We have about 20 minutes, and we want to make sure to get as many people in. So let's just work together in that way. So great question, and we have a response.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely, pushing, I appreciate the sort of response there. I'm kind of operating at a sort of at a broader level, and I'm just using sort of like a kind of black religious normativity to sort of think about a larger question. Is that, it's really about, one way to index this is about critique. How does one do critique? I mention that because you got to have some set of norms. Yeah, so all I'm saying is that we just need to be more explicit and think through sort of like what that is. So how do we differentiate between some, a black radical tradition versus one that isn't? How do we make that distinction? It's not, so I'm saying that we've come to some shared agreement seemingly about those things, because where we are in history, where we don't have to fight about those kinds of intellectual questions anymore, those particular sort of like political, intellectual, ethical sort of claims. Yeah, I think the Christian hegemony point is a fascinating one. I think is in many ways true, but in many ways I think maybe less so, in that, as I said, like, if you wanted to study black theology in this country, where do you go? James Cone is dead. So, there's a few places we can name and a few people. That doesn't seem like a hegemony in a certain sense. The fact that, like, I'm an outlier in a way suggests that, it might not be as much of an establishment as it once was. And we can make a judgment about that. All I'm saying is I think that I'm just trying to note a significant sort of decline or change. I'm going to say a decline to some degree in terms of like where we focus some of our attention in these sets of fields. And so, one way to sort of put this is like talking about churches. We're scared to talk about churches. We're scared to talk about Christian. As if black people are not Christian. As if a lot of black people are not Christian in this country. That's okay, people. We don't have to run from that intellectually. I'm not running from it, as you can see. And I think, and that's not to say anything about that say that, oh, there's a lot of black people who are not Christians. Yes. And as I told my students just the other day in class, when kind of this sort of methodological sort of question comes up, because no class, no sort of thing can be comprehensive. But I said, an absence is not a negation. Because one is not foregrounding, various kinds of like Africana religions. And maybe one is sort of is focused on certain kinds of, religious practices or certain kind of like position. Now, that doesn't mean that there's any kind of exclusion. I just want to be clear about it. There's any kind of attempt to sort of to discount or to just dismiss. So I'll just end by saying that for me, at least, like the kind of text like the black churches in America that experience that volume, where there's a study of denominations. Anybody interested in studying denominations anymore? Anybody studying churches? Now, JT's telling us how important the land is and these buildings are, but are scholars even interested in studying them? I mean, do we have any like sociologists who's interested in like, well, how many people make up the AME right now? How many people see on and on and on? Do we have that kind of data? Are we even interested in it? Can we even tell a story of how black churches have did anything from the last 20 years? So, but if we but this is why the normative in some ways is important, because you actually can get back to, it's just a particular sort of gateway to get back to, I think, some particular sort of like methods and studies and objects that have kind of fallen out of our purview. That's not to say that other approaches, like some of the work that is taking place by some of these scholars here, that's not saying that stuff is not important, because it is massive. I mean, listen, you better read this book. And others and so I bring this up because it's right here in front of us, and we were just talking about, how you're trying to be extraordinarily sensitive, how these people are thinking about these not just their practices, but how they're imagining like these sets of beliefs sort of in general, how they're thinking about how they're animating their own sorts of identities and practices of various sorts. So anyway, that's just kind of, I'd love to talk more about this. And so thank you for that question.
The live stream might need your...
The live stream.
I think he was next.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I am speaking as the spokesperson of the only black graduate student in the Department of Religion at Columbia University. Hi, I'm Jordan DeSanto. I have a background in anthropology. I also went to seminary as well. And so my question is, I'm hearing a lot, and this is some questions I'm thinking about, the question of method, to kind of go to Professor Young's point of a distinction between theory and lived reality. And I'm wondering how we might think these things together, and even to the point of the body, right? That when I'm in a classroom, sometimes me being the darkest person in the classroom myself, I feel a certain kind of like, I think Fanon talks about this, like the psychoanalytic disdain or disgust of even the thought of black thought. Right, so that is how I'm feeling my body as well in some of these spaces. So I'm really wondering, what would it look like methodologically to do a project that requires both rich ethnographic description as well as rigorous intellectual critical theory? So mostly towards those who are trained in like philosophy, theology, and ethnography. And I'm kind of also thinking back to Professor Hale's opening remarks about the question of black studies and the question of maybe it being translation, or even thinking through maybe kinship as a way to think together, because this is why I came to this department, right? Because and this is the vision of this department, right, is to think about the larger concepts that tie together the study of religion. And so I'm excited to learn from you and hear about how I might think these two things together.
So I can try to answer this. So there's nothing wrong with theorizing from the body, right? So a lot of my theory that I am developing in my book actually comes from that lived experience and kind of comes from these moments of difficulty, moments of feeling like an outsider, moments of mistranslation or non-translation, right? That oftentimes can occur in the field. So, how I marry kind of these embodied experiences, kind of the radically empirical corporeal experiences and the theory, is that I am theorizing from that experience itself. So I have something I developed in my book called A Corporeal Hermeneutic of the Water, right? Which actually is about kind of what emerges as, what emerges through this kind of the lived experience of the flesh, right, and of the body. So because I'm able to theorize in that way, then I can put this work in conversation with other theorists, Hortense Spillers, right, Sylvia Winter, Nelson Maldonado Torres, like all these theorists who are also kind of thinking about, really thinking about the decolonial, right, and kind of the work of decolonizing, and in particular kind of how unhinging the Black body from being solely flesh, right, or solely this product of capitalism and labor, right, how reframing the use of that body is also a decolonial project, right, because the Black body, the indigenous and the Black body and how they are conceived of in the West is actually, it comes from the colonial framework of this space of otherness, of the overrepresented man, right? Of these kind of these ideologies rooted in the kind of superimposing of categories onto really the idolatrous and religious other, right? Because that was kind of the root, is that these people are not white/Christian, they are non-white, non-European, they are of these kind of torrid zones. And so geography also comes into play here too, right? With kind of this space of the otherness.
I can't wait for you to read my book, and we'll talk afterwards, because I feel like I achieved that, and I will hire myself up because I'm Nigerian. Shit, I put in that work, okay? Ahmad knows, he's been there seeing all the correcting, and he's had to call me out on some of the ways I was thinking about the role of theory with the people. Ahmad, I know you remember this. One of my theories I was thinking really seriously about was, I came up with this term called spiritual vogue. And spiritual vogue, the word spirit was to think about the use of spirit and the way that we think about belief and how we need to pay attention to that in the religious space. Okay, now you got spiritual. Then the word vogue, in Haitian Vodou, when I was in these ceremonies, I was noticing, and again, no one paid attention to this, but then when some practitioners were getting taken over by the spirit, they were actually voguing, and they were doing these dances, and I was like, and these were Black people that were voguing. So I was paying attention. I was really taking seriously the role of vogue, of dancing, of movement, but then also thinking about the role of vogue in terms of vogue, of fashion, and the use of fashion and clothing impacting how people are addressing the spirits and connecting themselves with the spirits. So vogue and spiritual vogue becomes this meta language to think about this triangulation between the spirits, the practitioners, and the audience, how they make sense of these religious spaces. And you need all three to create a religious ceremony. So again, from the people, that's where the theory came. And then, but from me watching and noticing, this is how I was really thinking about that. And so I shout out Ahmad because he was like, sis, you can't be just talking about Vogue and queer people. Because remember I talked about that, how I'm like, you need to talk about queer people? And Barbara knows this because during the dissertation, I was like, okay, I know I need to bring this up, but I don't know how. And through the massaging and then sitting and thinking about it, I'm like, oh, what's happening with the queer people there? What's happening with these safeties and safe spaces? That's how I was able to forge these things together. So again, I can't wait for us to have that conversation. Yeah.
Another question on the table, and we probably have time for one or two more questions.
Yeah, again, my apologies for jumping the queue. Xavier, I think you're raising an important methodological question, actually, about whether or not we can properly do religious studies without normative inquiry. I agree with you that we need to do normative inquiry. I guess where I'm troubled, though, is by your conflation of normative inquiry and theology. I mean, for historical reasons, theology has been a primary site where normative inquiry has occurred. But it doesn't have to be the primary site. It doesn't have to be the only site. One can do normative inquiry across, the breadth and the depth of religious studies. And so if I'm hearing right what I heard Karla possibly saying, and I think that I agree, is that because of Christian hegemony and because of the history of the way in which theology has oftentimes been done, it seems that in fact, doing too much more theology or privileging theology as the site where normative inquiry is done does threaten to shut things down.
Can I also add that I do find it troubling that Black religious history oftentimes starts at the church, right? If we are really doing Black religious history, we are really starting with these African traditional and African diasporic traditions, right? Because it wasn't until, if I'm correct, until the Second Great Awakening that Black Americans were Christian in large numbers, right? So it was kind of this, there are still very many African elements, right? And kind of this, in the church before this kind of much larger movement, so.
Yeah, I appreciate, Bill, that pushback, because it enables me to sort of clarify. I'm sort of leaning on theology precisely because it has fallen out of so much intellectual inquiry within Black studies broadly. I'm not actually, as I said, I'm not trying to make it the queen of the sciences. There's all kinds of problems with it. But here's any theory can be hegemonic, like any theology. The problem of hegemony is really which hegemony. But if you can't identify the hegemonies, then you actually still stuck inside of the hegemony. Theology of a certain sort, particularly Black theology, is actually a paradigmatic shift to actually enable us to identify some of the most massive, comprehensive sort of hegemonies that exist. So to actually not think about that I think is intellectually sort of we're sort of might be. I don't want to make this thing too strongly. I can also cite Josef, not just his last book, his two books to save me. And so, because the Black is a church. This comes back to the church part, so much.
Josef was like, "What now? Why am I in it?"
We won't be here without Josef to some degree now.
Now, why am I in this?
But no, he's in this from the very beginning. Well, friends, or soon to be. So, but also we got some other questions.
Is it fair to let theology fall? Am I wrong by saying that?
I just don't know how you think about Black people without it in the U.S. And it's not theology as a discipline. It's actually theology as a way of thinking about sort of the immaterial. Like, what do you call Afro-fruit? Theology is just another way of doing theory. It actually was theory before theory. So, Sylvia Winters was reading theology. Okay.
I think we have one question.
Thank
just
you.
A couple of minutes, it looks like.
Thank you so much for this conversation. I'm really grateful that you started out, Professor Young, making it a transdisciplinary emphasis, and maybe going off of your question of who is the subject of the study of religion and Black studies, and Professor Carter's very important insight on Islam. I wonder where Middle East scholars are in this conversation. I did my PhD here in anthropology, but I spent most of my time across the street where the Department of Middle East Studies, African Studies, and South Asian Studies merge. And finally, in Middle East Studies, after a long time of erasure of Black thought and life, there is a lot of scholarship, as you probably know, and is contributing to, trying to correct for that and to bring in, the studies of the afterlife of Ottoman Black slave trade and looking at Africanity in Middle East life, or whatever we call the Middle East, and thinking of Blackness as integral to the Middle East, basically. So I wonder how you position this conversation to the position of the unthought that is Blackness and Middle East studies, and maybe also in the spirit of Sylvia Winters' call to not mistake the map for the territory, how you're also thinking with scholars of African studies, and beyond the transatlantic, basically. Thank you so much for this.
That's you.
No, thank you.
Hold on just one second.
We're collecting questions.
Yeah, we'll collect this last question, and we'll just respond, and we'll have to close tight.
I appreciate this panel very much. I'm a reverend. I consider myself a black theologian. You mentioned James Cone. I read some of his work, and I believe that he was definitely on the right track. But he also wanted his theories on black theology to be increased. I studied with Professor White, and that was something she taught. So I know the Christian faith may be perceived as being Western, but I truly believe it's not. And I can use Bible scriptures to support that thought process. My question to you, particularly because you deal with ancestors, and to you because you deal with the voodoo, are some of your ancestors also Christian?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever embodiment you feel, you also feel.
But this is
they
also because of
believe in the Christian
colonialization
faith.
for Igbo people.
All right, hold on a moment,
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
All right, so thank you for your answer. I want to keep it short. In terms of this voodoo in Haiti, you mentioned spirits, but usually spirits have names. Now, I know about the Orishas in America. What are some of the names, at least one or two names of the spirits that you believe you saw when you was in Haiti? Instead of just using the word spirit, did they have a name? Or did they represent some element of nature? Thank you.
I'll try and make this quick. I know time is of the essence. You know, as a theologian who comes out of black and womanist traditions and who works within and outside of Christianity, I think the conversation is exactly why we're having this conversation. That black studies really in some ways ignores black theology, maybe because of the Christian hegemony that's been there. But if you've ever been a black theologian trying to get a job in a black studies department, it's like, oh yeah, religion. We forgot about y'all. Right? I mean, and so there, I think that's part of why we're having this conversation. And when you remember that theology is about belief, that's really what you were just talking about earlier in the conversation, right? We care about what are people believing, whether we think this is what you should believe, whether it's prescriptive or constructive kind of theology, a historical theology, I'm noticing this is what you believe kind of theology. Anytime you care about belief, which people kind of do when you study religion, should be there. And given that so much of black studies comes from thinkers who were thinking about Kemetic or ancient Egyptian practices, that there are Christianities that are more indigenous to Africa, you might say, Coptic, Nubian Christianities. All those are part of black studies and black religious studies. And at least what I think both religion and black studies have in common is that we're interdisciplinary fields, right? So, they're both very interdisciplinary fields. So in some ways, we're comparing apples and oranges when you have radically different methodologies at work, even though they can work very well together.
I'm looking at you, Josef. Are we on time?
Yeah, we're done.
Good. We have an hour and a half lunch break. I don't think we're going to reach a neat resolution of the conversation.
What?
I'm comfortable with the openness.
Yeah, that's good. Can we take maybe 30 seconds and just do a quick hit as a response to any of the questions?
Yeah, I'm going to respond to you, ma'am. I'm not saying that we should not study the church, but what I am saying is that we need to question where our starting point is. So you can study, understand, and I think even more deeply understand black church when you understand Africana religion and when you understand these African diasporic religion, right? So these religions. So in order to get at what is historically and even contemporarily going on in black church, you should also, I think, in order to do kind of this more holistic and more in-depth, comprehensive study, understanding, knowing how ancestors work in these African diasporic religions, right? Understanding spirits of the water that are embedded, these spirits of the water that are embedded in nature, right, in the ocean, that are in these rivers, in these streams, in the U.S. South, right? We can think about Ross Michael Brown's work, right? So with the Simbi spirits, the Simbi are from the Congo people, right? They are from this region, contemporary Angola and Democratic Republic of Congo, right? So my argument is not that we should not study the church, but that we can also go understand the church even better by getting at kind of what is occurring historically in African diasporic religions. So,
can I add real quick? I want to encourage. One of the things that I do often is give people homework. One of the, if you have not read Marla Frederick's book that I love, Between Sundays, I forget the everyday. Yeah, she studies Black Christian women in rural North Carolina and makes the argument that some of the most important insights that can be drawn from studying their experience is found beyond their engagement with the institutions of worship that they attend. And so I offer that to you it might be something that could sort of add to our sort of understanding of what churches do and people's sort of relationships with them. With regard to your question in the back about this question of Black studies and this sort of question of Middle East studies, right? One of the things that I'm sort of trying to do is not. I'm trying to sort of make a critical intervention in terms of thinking about how the experience of Muslims who are of African descent, Black Muslims, can give us certain kinds of openings and insights in order to understand some sort of critical questions that are, I think, not happening in Islamic studies or Middle East studies, that are starting to happen, but and then also vice versa. So we can talk more because I don't want to take us too far afield, but yeah, I have other thoughts, but I can't do that in 30 seconds. Sorry.
Any last burning before we go?
Oh,
no, Jay. Oh,
I was just going to say that.
Are you saying JT?
I was just going to say place, and place opens the reality of palimpsest and hybridity, and so that's important to recognize that all these things. Place opens up the reality that all these things can be true at once, and I think that's part of the kind of intervention of, particularly coming out of Black geographies, is that opening for thinking religion and all of that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say both and. It's not either or, right? And so it's Black churches and other, and so I don't see a wedge. I mean, and I think so much of the best, I would want to say, of Black studies, Black religious studies, have really didn't draw a wedge. You can see in Black studies journals, some of the leading journals and publications of the early 70s and forward, you will see James Cone alongside of Haki Marabout, on and on and on. And you will see William Pennell. He's a Black evangelical talking about Black Christian nationalism and the evangelical perspective in 1967. If we can't account for that, I just wonder especially in terms of the radical politics. I mean, how much of the radical politics might be what we want it to be if you don't have the kinds of deep sort of well springs that are deeply sort of religious and spiritual that some ways need to have in order for people to be animated in a certain kinds of ways, especially in ways that are not harmful to others. Religion has done a lot, to harm people. It's been hegemonic and dominating, but that's not all it's been. And if we can't tell that story, if that theoretical, that story and those realities, if it can't actually become more a part of sort of like particular aspects of our thinking and scholarship that is much more sort of interested in politics, then I wonder how much can we really account for what Black people have actually done and endured and have sort of overcome and pushed through, and the things that have fortified them so much since just we've been here.
I just want to add that I think that it's important, and when we think about the African and the African indigenous religions, that it's also really important to think about the role of colonialism. And the reason why I spoke back to say that yes, there's Christianity in our lineage, but again, the mark of colonialization has had really made indelible marks in how we believe. So much so that I could even do I initially wanted to think about Igbo indigenous religious traditions, but my parents and my family are so heavily Christian that if I went back home, that I would actually have to worry about my own safety. Eziaku, why are you doing this? This is the devil's work. You know we worship Jesus Christ. So again, I need you, I'm really mindful about the role of colonization, the role of Christianity, and how it has done such a harsh work on indigenous religions. That when we think about black religions, that there's a erasure that has happened with African indigenous and African diasporic religions. And so what you're also watching is that even this roundtable that we have here is also just put back what has been, should have been here a long time ago. So I want to end with that.
I hate to bring this conversation to a close, but I hate even more to keep you from your lunch. So we have to stop here, and I hope you'll join me in thanking the panelists.
We should thank Jason for moderating.
This is the easiest moderator job I've ever had.
Up at 2 o'clock here, conference participants, if you want it and don't want questions. There's food outside all over Broadway. There are also box lunches for the conference participants, if you would like them. See you all at 2.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
One of the things that
Good afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back from our lunch break. No yawning, no nodding off. We're going to have an invigorating conversation about literature and text. My name is Monica A. Coleman, and I am the John and Patricia Cochran Scholar for Inclusive Excellence and Professor of Africana Studies at the University of Delaware. That's all you need to know. I've written some books. Please check them out. Keep them in print. I would greatly appreciate it. I really want to talk about our panel that's going to be here today because I know we're going to have a lively conversation. I love everyone's work, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going in the order you see us. My left, that right? Yeah, my left, going that way. Karla F.C. Holloway is the James B. Duke Distinguished Professor Emerita of English at Duke University. Her research and teaching interests focus on African American cultural studies, biocultural studies, gender, ethics, and law. Professor Holloway is the author of 8 books, including Passed On, African American Mourning Stories, and Bookmarks, Reading in Black and White, a memoir, completed during a residency in Bellagio, Italy, as a Rockefeller Foundation Fellow. Maurice Wallace is Associate Professor of English at Rutgers University. His work focuses on African American literature and culture, 19th century American literature, the history and representation of American slavery, and gender studies. He is the author of Constructing the Black Masculine, Identity and Ideality in African American Men's Literature and Culture, 1775 to 1995, a book on the history of Black manhood in African American letters and culture. He's also co-editor with Sean Michelle Smith of a volume of scholarly articles on early photography and African American identity entitled Pictures and Progress, Early Photography and the Making of African American Identity. And last but not least is Jarvis McInnis, who is the Cordelia and William Laverack Family Assistant Professor of English at Duke University. Professor McInnis just signed a contract with Columbia University Press for his first manuscript. Let me tell you the title of it. After Lives of the Plantation, Plotting Agrarian Futures in the Global Black South, which will be published in the Black Lives in the Diaspora series. So I'm going to start off with our first question from here and then join the panel. How do understandings of Black religious traditions figure into your own work? And then what would it mean to place questions, not just you, but maybe everybody, placing questions concerning religious life, practice, and thought at the center of our fields? I can choose someone to go first. Choose. Okay, well, you're in the middle, so thank you, Maurice.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very grateful to have been invited to participate in this terrific event. I feel or felt upon receiving your invitation, Youseff, kind of like the nerd I was in high school. When you get the invitation to the party, you're glad to be invited because you want to be in the room with all the cool people, but you forget you don't dance that well. I hope my dance is acceptable this afternoon. Thank you, Monica, for Professor Coleman for joining us, and I am going to do my best to respond directly to your question with just this prelude to that. I am a product of Afro-Protestantism. I was formed in a community of working class Black Methodists in Northeast Maryland. I was shaped, formed, produced by that community to be a preacher pastor. And I was obedient for a few years, as a matter of fact. But when I thought about how I might like to reconcile what I felt was, in the words of Howard Thurman, a life at cross purposes. I found myself pursuing the study of literature and culture in a PhD program rather than seminary. In order to survive on some material and spiritual level in graduate school, I served 2 congregations as senior pastor, senior minister of those congregations. And then after 10, 15 years, I wasn't. I was able to pursue my academic interests full time. It turns out, however, that unbeknownst to me at the conscious level, the experience of serving those 2 congregations primed me for the work I would undertake in writing my most recent work, King's Vibrato. And I'll say something about King's Vibrato in just a moment, the trope of King's Vibrato, since it was that space in King's speech, that texture of King's oratory that I was at work trying to unpack, trying to understand, trying to outline in its black sonic condition. That experience, as I said, primed me for the book. But I want to be clear that at no point, even in the composition of that text, did I or do I think of myself primarily as a religious studies scholar. I am shaped in a tradition, by a tradition, that until King's Vibrato, I did not explicitly study. And in fact, I would submit that even King's Vibrato is not an explicit study of black religion. So much so that I was surprised to get my own copy of my book and see that Duke Press had determined that black studies and religious studies would be the categories under which this work would be viewed. They have their own reasons for it. I obviously, I'm not sure, I'm less sure about that than they are, let's put it that way. But I could not avoid the material conditions within which Martin Luther King Jr.'s voice was shaped. And this text is, if anything, not a biography of King at all, but maybe a biography of his voice as a distinct object of study. I could not, of course, avoid the material conditions or the soundscape that I think shaped this unique and uniquely memorable voice. I wanted to know how it is that a 3rd grader, a 5th grader, an 8th grader could hear that voice, be told whose voice it was, and have that voice remembered by that 3rd grader, 5th grader, 8th grader, years on out. There's something unforgettable. And I wanted to understand how King was able to leave that kind of sonic imprint on the public memory and on our imaginations. And I think that if I discovered anything in that research and that writing, which, by the way, is often also research for me, which is to say I'm not always clear about what I know until I put it on the page and discover it. It's kind of an externalization of some thoughts that are tangled up within that finally get organized or semi-organized on the page. But I think I discovered that if there is a uniquely black condition about the voice of Martin Luther King Jr., it had something to do with that affect. It had something to do with that sonic exorbitance. It had something to do with that which exceeds systematic description. And it is in that surplus, that resistance to containment, that resistance to enclosure, that resistance to systematization, that exorbitance that many of us in Black Studies will recognize as a kind of fugitive quality. That is where I imagined the profound impact of King's voice reaching his listeners, and his listeners who are in dialogic relationship to King, reaching King himself. Which is to say that I wanted to think about Blackness in a kind of multi-sensory way, with a peculiar interest that I have had in sound, and in the sounds of Blackness, and in the ways in which the religious is often experienced, inflected by the sonic, not in any way in a kind of reducible or conclusive way, but insofar as we might think of Black religion as a kind of effort to make sense of what it means to have creaturely being in the world. It strikes me that we might turn to a sonic archive of not just Black sound, not just Black music or Black speech, but Black sounds that exceed Black music and Black speech, if we consider speech and music as organizations of thought, of idea, of expression. So, for fear that I will digress too far away from the question that you've put to me, and I want to share, obviously, this extraordinary time, I will pause there to say that I am the accidental religionist, even if I should have known always that by virtue of my own formation and my own sensitivities learned from childhood forward, that they would find themselves organically into my scholarship, even as I tried to keep for many years that at bay. I didn't always want to be preacher pastor. I wanted to be academic, and I wanted to therefore repress a certain part of who I fundamentally was, and happily I'm in a place now where I'm glad to accept and write and think from the full part of who I am becoming, maybe who I am and am still becoming, I suppose. And I have no small debt to pay to Karla Holloway for helping me realize that.
I guess I will go next then. And as much as you feel yourself an outlier, I deeply appreciate the invitation to be here. I bet you I was one of the first to say, yep, put me on the list, especially because it was a conversation that you invited us to. And they feel so organic and necessary in our communities now. And plus, I don't think I could write another lecture now or write a paper if somebody, or maybe if somebody paid me a lot of money for it. But I'd come up with something. But a conversation, especially with these colleagues, which, there are circles in this room. I remember hearing from my colleague Farah about an HBCU grad on the market, job market. And I'm an HBCU grad, and we just connected, Jarvis and I, and now he's at Duke, and Maurice was there, and here I am, the grandmother in the room, I've been told. But I am a grandmommy, and it makes me very proud. But I also have to say very clearly that one of the outliers is I'm an avowed humanist. And I hope you all knew that when you invited me, that I was raised, when I was with my grandmother in Detroit or in Selma, Alabama, which is a family home, they tried to wipe all that Unitarianism out of me and take me to an AME church. And I love the ritual and music of the AME church. But at heart, Unitarianism stuck with me. And I am a humanist. So being invited amongst a group of diverse scholars of religion gives me not a little pause and should cause you some worry because I'm a little, and also because I've also been only on a screen these days. I feel, woman, thou art loosed, so, who knows? I'll be 74 tomorrow, so anything could happen. Thank you.
We'll sing happy birthday.
No songs, please. But I do want to say that it gave me an interesting perspective into reading and rereading the instructions to the panel, because one day I'm reading them one way and another day the next, and on the plane this morning, I'm saying, oh, there's this thing about texts in there. I got to throw some literature in there. Right now, I have moved totally away from academic writing. I'm writing fiction. 2 novels, Gone Missing in Harlem and A Death in Harlem, available via your local indie bookstore or Amazon. A Death in Harlem takes off where it's the first book that I wrote in 2019, which I've been writing ever since I knew I was going to retire, which is what had happened when she got pushed off that balcony in passing, and what happened after that moment between Nella and Claire and the various family members involved, and my imagination of what happened when the policeman found them and said, oh, death by misadventure. Well, who was missing, who was adventure was my concern. But I felt freer in Gone Missing in Harlem, which is a story about a baby who goes missing at the same time the Lindbergh baby is kidnapped. And of course, the rest of the world is focused on the Lindbergh baby. And Harlem wants to know what happened to its baby that somebody took. So I've enjoyed writing those and staying away from, helping me to stay away from the kind of dense and provocative and just embracing academia on display that I heard this morning that scared me to death. Because I've had several interventions in writing some things about this panel. One's in this book, one's in black in this book, and then I started writing in blue. So I'll just give you an outline of where I am now. I started thinking, to what degree will we allow religion to be a cipher and religion writ institutionally, was how I was thinking at that time. Personally, in this smaller book, I have been considering light. And by light, I mean that carbon-based thing in the universe, which took me back to star stuff and known versus unknown universes. And that put me squarely squarely in the sense of the idea of this panel and its texts, whether our texts were going to be the known universe, what we know about religion, or were we content to have things unthought, to things left to be imagined? Were we content to acknowledge scientifically as a fact there is an unknown universe where the light has simply not reached our universe yet? And if we know that to be true, what are we doing with our religious imagination when we say X or Y is true, or X or Y is the way I live my life? Are we constraining it to the known, or are we allowing a space for the unknown? So I think I'll leave that as an introduction. I'm thinking about star stuff and light and ciphers and writing fiction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to echo Karla and Maurice's thank you to the organizers of the conference and to all of you for being here, panelists this morning who got us started so beautifully and provocatively. So thank you for energizing us. That's no small task to kick off a conference, and you all gave me so much to think with, so thank you so much. I would like to, I think, talk a bit about Eziaku. Is that how to pronounce your name? I want to thank you for putting up the picture of Zora Hurston and bringing her into the room. So many things start with Hurston for me, and so I'll start there, I suppose. And you know, there's that line in Baldwin where he talks about the importance of Bessie Smith, who brought him back to himself, right? And there's a way that Hurston had that effect on me. You know, growing up in Gulfport, Mississippi, going to Tougaloo College. I grew up in the church. A very similar story. People thought I would be a preacher. I said, no, I'm not interested in that. And so I managed to circumvent that. But that still was a really important part, and continues to be an important part of my formation. And so then I make my way to New York, to Columbia for graduate school, and then I encounter Hurston's work in Farrah Griffin's Black South course, which completely shifted everything for me, because it brought me back to my Southernness, and it gave me a way to think about questions that I've been wrestling with outside of as it related to diaspora, that I thought I would explore through Harlem, but it actually took me back south, right, to think through those questions. And so I'm grateful to Hurston, and Hurston actually pointed me toward religion, right? Reading something like "Tell My Horse," the messiness of that text, right? The problems in that text, but also the way that she honors the beauty of Vodou, the way that she acknowledges it as a legitimate mode of knowledge production, as a legitimate religion, right? Likely in conversation with being informed by someone like Jean Presmars, who's writing in 1928, So Spoke the Uncle, and so forth and so on. And so it just energized my imagination about, where is the South? Where does it fit within this thing that we're calling diaspora? Because everything is about leaving the South, and I understand why we have to leave it, but I'm still here, right? Like, I grew up there, my grandparents grew up there, and so like, what do we do with these people who didn't leave, or the people who left and came back? And I understand that Harlem and Philadelphia and Chicago, that they made certain things possible, right? But also there are these residues, right? That Hurston was pointing me to. There are these residues of these cultural retentions, right, that Hurston is pointing me to, and then inviting me to think not only with the U.S. South, but its relationship to the Caribbean, and of course the broader African diaspora. And I think that is where I come to religion. Obviously my own religious formation, But it's really just through questions. I was just curious. I was like, where did Hurston see this, right? How did she access this? What types of questions is she asking? How is she theorizing sort of Black diasporic relation, right, through religion, right? Through going to Jamaica and observing obeah ceremonies, and going to obviously Haiti and looking at voodoo ceremonies. And so in some ways, I think I felt more comfortable exploring those questions through my teaching, because it was more of a question than anything that I actually had an answer to at the time. And so, you know, I was teaching at Notre Dame, was my first job, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna shake things up here at this Catholic university. I'm gonna teach a course on conjure, and we're gonna talk about, you know, conjuring the Americas, and talk about African-derived religious practices as a way to shake up what I think a lot of my students are probably getting in their theology is mandatory there. They have to take a year of theology, which actually I think is really productive, because I think the students are trained to think with and think about texts in a way that we're seeing a kind of crisis in the humanities, not a kind of an explicit crisis in the humanities, and a lot of other places that I didn't experience there. So that's just an aside, but I said, you know, I think it's important for me to, the work that I can do through Black Studies, if a lot of these students are Catholic students, then they need to, and many of them are, then I actually think it's useful for them to understand the ways that Catholicism was syncretized with other, you know, with Black diasporic religions, but also just other ways of knowing and being that exist in these traditions. And so I developed a class entitled Conjuring the Americas that looked at African American and Caribbean religious practices as they exist in Caribbean and in AFAM Lit, that begin with Frederick Douglass and that footnote, right, where he has the goofer bag. I'm forgetting the name of the actual bag, right? But we talk about like why is it a footnote? But it still makes its way into the text, so it must be legitimate in some way, even as he questions its legitimacy, right, in the actual body of the text. And so we begin there and move through the contemporary period, but trying to put Santeria alongside hoodoo in the United States context, et cetera, et cetera. But I was also very interested in the question of the sacred and the profane, right? And so sound studies. So I'm glad you brought in the importance of sound studies, Maurice, because that's where really my inquiry started, right? Here in the jazz studies group, and so much important work happening in that work. And so as I taught teach a course called Music in African American Literature, and I began to realize, I was like, wait, the Black church is all over the text that I've chosen, right? Whether it's James Weldon Johnson and the autobiography of an ex-colored man, or if it's James Weldon Johnson and God's Trombones, a text that I used to perform as a kid in the church, right, for Easter, for all, right? And I was like, wait a minute, like this preface here, he's doing some really important work in like theorizing the sound of the Black church here, and I have to ask my students to like wrestle with this, and then we have to move to Hurston. Hurston is everywhere for me, and of course there's Ellison as well, and you know, thinking about Baldwin and a text like Sonny's Blues, you know, in that moment where he's looking down from the window and he sees the black church woman is beginning to ask a question about her relationship to the people who live on the street who are unchurched, right? And is actually beginning to say, hey, actually these people are not very, very different, and sees a common humanity in these people. And so, you know, what attending to religion helped me to do, I think, was to kind of push dogma and doctrine aside and to think about a more capacious concept of the sacred, and what it means for I think the work of Black study, to think about the work of Black studies as sacred work, to think about trying to restore the archive of diaspora as sacred work, and the ways in which I think doing the ways in which black life in and of itself is sacred, right? And trying to recapture that, and seeing that depicted in the Black literary tradition. And the last thing I'll say for now is that that brought me back to a text like Erna Brodber's Louisiana that actually is doing that work, which I also read in Farrah's seminar for the first time. And that text just stayed with me for so long because it asked me not only to think about about the nature of belief, but how is it that I allow something like it made me think about Black studies methodology, about praxis, and it made me think about when I was reading it, I was like, wait, this is what M. Jackie Alexander is talking about in her theory of sacred praxis, about the way that she actually is allowing herself to be disoriented and disordered in order to create new knowledge, right? How she gives herself. We were talking about the unknown earlier, and what it means to think at the limits of what you know, or to acknowledge that there are things that we just don't know, right? And so I think Black literature has given me an opportunity to ask those questions through imagination, and what imagination, how it allows us to discard, I think, a lot of the dogma and doctrine, and to imagine otherwise in alternative ways of being and knowing.
So I'm ditching the questions they gave us because our conversation is so rich. Sorry, organizers. I'm thinking, what all of you have shared in different ways is how text has evoked religion for you. In Christian religious studies, right, part of the way in which post-Enlightenment hits religion is when literary studies hits biblical literature, right? And people either love it or hate it, right? But literary studies actually, in methodologies, kind of go to the way people start looking at the Bible. So, not that you need to talk about the Bible, but I wanted to kind of go from there and ask, well, how does religion inform your text? Right, you talked about how you see religion in text. Where do you see texts in religion? And as you were giving the example of James Weldon Johnson, I whispered over to Karla, he's humanist, isn't he? Right? So even there we see this, this confluence, right, of him preaching as Black church as a humanist. Right?
But I think it's really important to note what Jarvis said about pushing religion aside in order to make work, to make room, to make space for the Black sacred. And this space thing that I'm interested in, that we still have an unknown, that we're comfortable with staying unknown until we know a little bit more, but there will always be something that unknown. The necessity that repeats itself is pushing religion aside in order to make space for the spirit. And I think we intuitively recognize that the geographies of religion in Black studies is the thing that makes room for the sacred. But religion in its institutional formations, I think, in some works is certainly almost a figure or a character. I'm thinking Baldwin, certainly. Right. But in many works, we have to work at retrieving the spirit. And it's that textual work for me which is so productive and interesting as I read more fiction now than I read nonfiction, because excavating a text for me is finding out what its motivations were, how its characters are formed, why they talk to each other the way they do, and what's the background story. Right. And the background story is so often a space of the spirit. And yet, as academics, we somehow think the spirit is accessible in ways. I kept thinking when you were. I'm so glad you called Zora Neale Hurston messy, because she wasn't messy. And I'm so glad you recalled her, because I recall writing at some point. I will always be writing about Zora Neale Hurston, no matter what I do. It either begins or ends with Hurston. And I thought either this morning or just now, I can't remember which, but I'm forgiven. It's an age thing. About her going. Oh, it was this morning about her going and asking in her first field work study, do you know any stories, any folk stories that you might tell me? And coming back to Boaz and saying, here at Columbia, this field study method is not working for me, because she wasn't in the spirit of the space. She was in its intellectual formation. So I think that as we work hard as scholars to sustain and nurture the intellectual frameworks of the academy so that we can have a space in them. Because I guarantee you, if they fall apart, we're gone first. You know, not only two, but first. So yes, we're going to work on institutionalizing these spaces, but we can still bring our own textual formations to the architecture there. A bricks and mortar enterprise still has to have something within it, and that's where text lies for me.
I was just thinking, Karla, that so much of what you described as our approach to texts might be imagined under the banner of reading and reading black, right? Or reading and reading black is reading until you understand. But I really am interested in the ways in which we have to imagine the various senses that get engaged in practices of reading or don't get engaged by practices of reading. I think it's important to think about certain kinds of affects that texts produce that have a conjuring effect on us. I think we give ourselves over to memory, that we aim to decolonize the practice of reading itself as if reading is only a visual exercise or a performative exercise. I tell undergraduates this all the time, and I think I just said it again last week. I'm a selfish reader in class because I know that a great many of my students still read as if they're in a 3rd or 4th grade competition with their peers, right? It's almost as if the one who reads the fastest and can pronounce the most words correctly is the superior reader. And I'm trying to get them to read aloud in ways that I would love for them to read silently too, to take care with words so that you can not just hear the words, but that you can inhabit the text. And if you can inhabit the text, if there's space for that, then not only is the work itself on some level successful, then you become engaged in a more gratifying way, a spirited way, let's say, with the text. And I love, Jarvis, that you have raised the language of both imagination and the sacred. Because I like to think that there's a fine line between them.
You know who would agree is Randall Keenan.
Yes.
And I'm thinking Visitation of Spirits.
Just talk Keenan
It's
on Tuesday.
that's right. And bless Rand. Why did we lose him so soon?
Yes.
But right with Visitation of Spirits, he's doing what you say. It's an inhabitation of text. That whole book is, if you let it be. And I remember the paragraph, well, no, I can't say this because if you haven't read it, it sort of gives away the story. But he essentially says, and the world goes on, and things continue. And this is one of the things that I think we forget as we're reading, because if we are pulled to read as you and I, and you, I think the 3 of us do, the 4 of us do, that we are inhabiting the text, and then suddenly, I don't know, there's a sci-fi image somewhere in my head. We're pushed out of, like being pushed out of the body. No, that's a Whoopi Goldberg in that movie, Ghost. Yeah, where she's pushed out of the body, and I thought that was just such a one. When you're talking about the other sounds and senses, that push for me was a felt push, felt language. I remember when writing the first novel, I had to have a funeral scene in it. And for me, what was important was the cadence of the preacher's voice. And I know my editor didn't care one whit about it was a funeral. And, you know, a few people came by and said, no, you know, there has to be. I tried to get, just as I did in Passed On, and failed for 20 years until maybe now things might come around differently. But I wanted there was music in my head whenever I wrote, as I wrote that book. And I ended up doing the Du Boisian thing about putting a little musical note epigraph at the beginning, but it did not replicate what I was hearing in my head. The songs my mother sang at Talladega, the hymns that I remember from church were a part of Passed On. And I couldn't get those to my satisfaction into the text that I was writing. So I think you're right, Maurice. Maybe that effort, though, is what we can do to suggest that our inhabitations, like Randall Keenan's, will happen as we read to understand.
You know, I think when we hear the word text, we think of written text. But I think, if anything else, Black religions remind us how much text does not necessarily mean it's a written text. And we've been talking so much about these other senses, so this isn't a textual question, or maybe it is. But I want to ask, what does Black religion sound like? Right. I mean, and I think of that also sometimes because even as a parent, I can't think of any logical reason to take my kid to Black church or a good theological reason, but I want her to know the sound and the feeling and the taste, right? These affective parts of the tradition I grew up with.
I just want to say real quickly, I took my grandson to an AME church in Durham, and pretty soon he was saying, "Is this the part you play the tambourine? You know, what song is this? You know, what key? Like Stevie Wonder, you know." But he got it immediately. He's not going to get it from my daughter or my sweet son-in-law. But every once in a while, Grandmama, you take him to church saying, "This is the other side," because he's Puerto Rican, African American. So this is the other side of the Bamba family, you know. But what's the sound?
What's the sound like? There's no correct or wrong answer.
Right?
So,
to you,
it sounded like you to me. By the way, when your remarks began and you were saying you were talking about King, and I said I'm here in church. You know, the whole the vibration, everything. It was church coming this way. So
you know, I think I might like to say that it's two adjectives come most immediately to mind. The first one, some may quarrel with, maybe both, but the two adjectives are dark and melancholic. Because what I want to try to describe for you is the entanglement of Black love and Black loss in the same moment, in the same experience, in the same body. That Black love doesn't go too far before it experiences Black loss. Black loss doesn't get too far before Black love redeems it, right? And what's interesting about the two adjectives I've come up with is neither is definitionally sonic, right? Dark, because I want to recall the thing that Karla said earlier on, the space where light has yet to shine, or the space that may be preserving itself from the violence of light. If light presumes a certain understanding, a certain cognitive mastery of what's happening, or if light presumes to define what's happening, I am partial to the dark, because the dark is not nothing. The dark is the possibility of anything, the possibility of everything.
The dark brings out the light.
Indeed, it helps define it, of course, right? So, so I guess I also want to say that I also think, having said that, the sound of the sacred, is that how you phrase the question? The sound of the
Black religious sound.
Black religions. I also think it's historical, right? I don't think that my subject was King's voice. So I don't think that King's voice strikes us identically today as it would have struck his contemporaries, right? And that's because so much of the sound of black religion is mediated, right? My voice right now is mediated by this microphone, right? This technology. And I suppose there never was a time when sound was not mediated, even if it's in the most primitive way, by a podium that one stands on, or the architecture of the space that one speaks or preaches or prays in, right? The combination of those things, I think, is historical. And one of the sort of points I've been trying to make, is that, and the reason I love this question is because sound is historical, as I've said, but I also think history has a sound too. And I think that's the question that you're asking, like, historically, what is the sound of black religion in the New World, in the 20th century? I'd say it's dark and melancholic.
Yeah, I think I want to revise it briefly to just ask, what does the black sacred sound like?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a question that is useful to me, and it's actually maybe less about the production of sound for me and more about listening, and more about silence, more about what enables contemplation, right? What it means to take a posture of a posture of humility that allows me, if I'm thinking about it as method, that allows me to learn, right? Not to bestow meaning and order and definition onto the thing, right? It's again sort of coming back to sacred praxis. It means being in a position of humility, that there is something for me to learn, right? Something for me to listen to, and so yeah, it's I guess it's less so a particular sound. I mean, there are lots of sounds I could point to text. James Baldwin's the Outing, that short story where we hear the cymbals and the tambourines, right? Or if I'm reading, a Herzen describe the sounds and the music of Haitian Vodou ceremonies and so forth and so on, right? So there are those sounds, but I also want to invite us to think about what does it mean to not really to be only invested in the production of sound, but in listening and hearing as well, particularly as as we are trying to make sense of what it is that we are observing and attending to when we are thinking with the black sacred in the field or on the page.
Can I just I really appreciate that that offering, because it reminds me that it reminds me that the question could also be posed as, what does black religion feel like?
See, that's where I think it's felt.
Yeah, because I think it is reductive to imagine that the sound of black religion happens only, through these two orifices, right? I don't want to deny that without normative hearing, there's no sound. There is. And for all of us, I think, sound happens with and through and to the body. And so your remarks remind me of that, and I think it's a really important sort of correction or addition to the thinking of what black religion and the black sacred sounds like.
It reminds me of a television commercial I've seen lately that I like very much. Maybe because my daughter and family are environmentalists and campers and people who go out in the woods and explore. I'm saying 5-star hotel, please. And they wanted camper stoves, but they recently went to Yosemite, and my grandson said, I felt it. The great Yosemite Falls. And there's a commercial out now where a father or a son, I'm not sure who, the son is not hearing, a hearing child. And he asked his father in ASL, did you feel it? And I went immediately to, I think I know what black religion and spirituality feel like. I don't think I could say what it looks like exactly, because I think I would want to include me in this humanist as I am. But I would also say that those other senses that you were talking about as well, and its ability to reach into the body, which is why I loved this morning's conversation so much about the importance of, and my questions about flesh and what the flesh does, and why we must exceed, I haven't gotten that out of my head, why we must exceed our flesh. And my background question is why? And I'm getting answers with each iteration of our conversation here, that to exceed the body in some sense means to survive it. And maybe one part of black religiosity or spirituality is a want to survive the body that comes from all of the histories we know. But it's this want that drives a particular kind of spirituality or religious experience or a belief. I have to say I'm a bit skeptical about our use, and this is somebody who wrote a whole book on ancestors, so I'm in that list of our use of the ancestor. I think we imagine what our ancestors would feel had they had the experience we have, if we could look back and wonder. But this notion of we are our ancestors' greatest dreams, I think they were dreaming about the next biscuit or the next, warm fire or something greater than that, or a child, survival. But I think that we are projecting so much into this ancestral body that we are forgetting our own. So when we exceed the flesh, let's not exceed our own.
I want to make sure we have time for the questions, so I want to take us back to the text as we move into questions. Well, literary, I'll say. As we talked about reading black, right? You heard reading black, and we know that reading black is also hearing black, right? Is listening black, is feeling black, because most of our first encounters with the text, we were not the readers, right? Someone was reading to us. And that's where literacy begins in many ways. So as literary scholars, my friends, what tools, what methods does literary scholars bring to black religious studies, to black studies, right? What is the gift, I guess, of your field and the way you do your field to this larger conversation?
I'm going to try to answer first so I can steal this from Farah before anybody else says it. We read in order to understand. We don't just read quickly as your students or students want to do. We read so we get. My grandson last night was trying to spell the word encephalitis. And without understanding, first of all, I didn't get what he was trying to spell. And it never got to me to ask, why in the heck do you want to know what encephalitis is? You know, we were just trying to figure out what word it was, but there was a question behind there that I needed to understand. And so literary scholars, I think, read in order to understand. So that's behind the words, behind the story. It's why exceed is staying in my head all day and night, and I want to think about exceed not meaning excess, but exceed as meaning, you know, something more than that, something grander than that. And I want to have access to that. I believe I have access to that as a humanist. But that was a question that scared me the most this morning when people were talking about tools and methods. And I said, oh, we've got tools and methods all this time. I'm retired and didn't even know it. You know, so, I mean, come up with a tool and method, but read and reread. And when it's difficult, that's when you start again. Go back to the beginning. Begin again. I got two friends in there.
I don't think I've formulated a satisfying enough answer to that question, since it's probably the case that literary scholars aren't too far from theologians. In as much as we can be the portal to new thought and ideas, or we can also foreclose it. And I suppose if, when we are doing our work well, we might be helping those who study with us imagine, experience what exceeds print, what exceeds the word on the page, or what inhabits the space between words. When you asked the question, Monica, about, I thought you were going to ask us about specific texts or specific writers. And I was, no. That was a hard question. That's a hard question for me too. But I just want to say that, you know, for my money, there are a few others besides Morrison and Gail Jones who write Black dialogue in such a way that I don't need to know how that character said such a thing. I heard it when I read it. Right? I don't need the indirect discourse that says, or that provides me with the adjective or the adverb, because I know the language somehow.
It's the first line in jazz.
Yeah, absolutely. We know this. Word. I already know it. So I feel, to borrow some language from the morning session, I feel like an initiate, even if formally I may not be. There's a closeness, an invitation to closeness. There's a kinship of some sort that is offered by the first line, or the first sound, right? The first sound of jazz. We might think of what it means to introduce our students to the first word as not a proper word, you know? But in any case, I just wanted to say that we'd love to come back to the Yosemite conversation too if we have time. Yeah,
I think I'm still wrestling with this question as well, and have been since I saw it, since we received it. But I'm wondering about something like, I absolutely agree with what's been said thus far, that one of the sort of methods that we provide is, reading until you understand. But I'm also wondering about, like, maybe not literary studies per se, but about literature. About Black literature in general, and because when I began to sort of think about this, I was like, oh, I think some of the people who are doing the most interesting work at the intersection of literature and religious studies are not people who are trained in literature per se. They are scholars of religion, who are, many of them in this room, who are working with literary texts, right? And so I've been trying to wrestle with what that means. Obviously, there are scholars who are trained in literature who are doing really interesting and really important work with that are addressing religion, but I actually see it more so the other way around, in the opposite direction. And so I guess I'm trying to think about what is it that literature enables, right, for scholars of religion, right? What is it that Baldwin is doing? I mean, we know that Baldwin was a preacher, right? So then Eddie Glaude, right, writes this new book on Baldwin, or what is it that Hurston is doing? Youssef's work, Joe's work, right? So many others in this room, and so I'm wondering, like, how is literature function as the kind of sacred texts outside of traditional spiritual texts or religious texts like the Bible, or right? But for Black folk, I feel like we've had to create Black folk in the Americas, like we've had to create our own sacred texts, and there's a way that this canon, that this tradition becomes our sacred canon, right? That we think with alongside the other texts, more canonical or religious texts, the Bible, the Quran, etc., and of course those traditions that don't have text either. But yeah, so I'm thinking about, like, what is it that literature is doing for religious studies? I think is an equally important question to ask.
And it's what scholars can do as we teach it. One of the things that occurred to me, some of you know I went to law school late in life. At 55, and I was telling Barbara Savage, and I had the most wonderful conversation during lunch about how legal thinking and legal reading are so different, and it took me so long, and it was, I'm starting with constitutional law, and I'm thinking about the symbols and images, and I just could not read like my classmates were reading. And one day I got it. Oh, you're not interested in all of the possibilities out there. You want the legal reason, the argument, pull it out, make it simple, and keep it plain. The plain language, black letter law, plain language of the law. And then when I taught literature and law in the law school, the first question of my co-teacher was, did you identify with the character? I said, that is the worst question. We don't ask that we don't care whether you identified with the character. Tell us something about this person. Right. So in our teaching, I think in our praxis, one of our responsibilities is to teach how to read without those, without the interventions that the world would impose on what the act of reading is, getting your book on a bestseller list, or having it picked up by somebody other than my book club of 32 years. We read the best year of our reading was when we read Black erotica. We were much younger, and that was the best meeting we had. Some of us are too old to remember it now, but I mean, book clubs teach us how to read again without doing the scholarly work, but remembering the sheer absolute joy in laughing together with a book, or learning together with, or even better, what was the author thinking when they wrote that, and one of our book club members actually writes to authors and say, you didn't mean that, sweetheart. When you want to write your next book, send it to me. I'll edit it. I mean, Jamia just has some serious women. But this joy of reading is in part what we are given as our legacy, I think, as scholars of literature. To preserve that is a spiritual act. It is the instantiation of I think of religion as a regulatory environment, like the law. So of a certain kind of regulation that reading can resist and still emerge. We emerge and the book emerges whole.
Can I just say, just really quickly, there's this quick provocation. I wonder if literature, fiction, poetry, all sorts of literature, does not tell us what we really believe.
Heard that church response.
Yeah. I think religious scholars think that.
Yeah, what we really believe, or what's available to believe, to move toward, right? Prospective belief, I suppose. But
yeah. Well, that's a great place to open this up for conversation. I want to make sure we have time. I see one hand there.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Thank you so much for this conversation. I feel moved to think about this question of what does black religion sound like, feel like. It occurs to me that in the midst of thinking about, one of the things that I ask my students when I teach my African American religion class is I comment and ask them to think about, and I'm prefacing this question as a Muslim who grew up in the AME church, so I know what a church mother is. I asked them to think about the gospel hymn, not the words, but the preceding hum at the begin that conjures a certain kind of feeling and an atmosphere, an environment that I think what I hear Maurice getting at in terms of the melancholic. And so I wanted to sort of lay that on the table as a way to sort of think about how love and loss are carried at the same time and how they inform each other. And then also, I guess one question that's sort of connected to that is this sort of question of King's voice as performance, and what does it mean to sort of think about how we think about his voice in the right now, but then also how his voice was received in that historical moment, particularly when his voice was often accompanied by Mahalia Jackson, right? And why that becomes productive in that moment, why that becomes for him a sort of a natural kind of I don't know, something that would accompany what he's trying to do, what he's trying to conjure in that moment. There's much more I can say, but I don't want to.
Thank you for that question. My instinct is to suggest that the two parts of that question go together, which is to say that hum that you referred to, I'm not sure that I would say it is conjured into being as much as I would say it is conjured into hearing, right? It is a making audible of an immaterial, unheard, but probably already always felt sound vibration, right? And I want to make the homology, I guess that might be the right choice of words, to say that King's relationship, insofar as I can tell, to a figure like Mahalia Jackson is a, and not just Mahalia, but Aretha Franklin, is a sonic is a sonic experience, right? It is that Mahalia may provide the hum, and the hum is really the conjuring into hearing of an already always felt mood, a bodily way of being in space that helps create, I think, the sociality among the many, the multitude who are there, and that sociality, which I take to be a sacred sociality, then elevates the whole experience for everyone, right? I think King's success as an orator had everything to do with a keenness of hearing. Even if that hearing was simply the hearing of Mahalia urging him on toward that dream refrain, right? How does someone hear that? She's 20 feet or so behind him, and there are, you know, thousands and thousands in front of him. How does he hear that except they are already on the same frequency, right? Feeling one another. It is, to borrow some language from the Undercommons, Moulton and Harney, haptical experience. And I think that we might be able to imagine that as happening in that local AME congregation that you described, or the church that helped shape JT, right? Helped shape Jarvis and me and Karla. I think maybe that there's something that the flow is already happening. We're just stepping into it and making it heard.
Okay. A lot has been shared on the past and the present, and so I want to take the metaphor of the portal. I'm thinking of Arundhati Roy. I'm thinking of current Wallace, right? This portal, and take us into the future of censorship and the future of, as we imagine the voices of both ourselves and ancestors past. How do we imagine the protective needs or ethical considerations of those in which their voices are present in our work, but perhaps they are continuously being censored in the future? And so I wonder about what that might look like for historians, for literary scholars, for those that are reimagining what we're up against now, but then also contextualizing it in their work for the future.
This brings me back to this morning and a thought I had during a discussion that we better be attentive to AI and what's happening with the reconstruction of the human. Because we're not just talking about human or not human, as it was posed earlier, but we're talking about human and maybe more than human or artificially human. And if that's not in our vocabularies as artists, teachers, scholars, students, citizens, then we're not quite understanding what the full complex of the national or global self will be. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to understand and read what we can about what technology has already, I mean, we've passed the point 15 years ago, I would argue, of privacy and whatever SAG-AFTRA is trying to negotiate now. It's out there. Our voices are being used and toned and refined. And the question is, how do we retain or claim some ownership or identity in the project of the future? Well, I don't think you can do that without imagining a future that you don't want necessarily. that we would all say, "Oh, no, I don't want any artificial somebody." A friend sent me an article the other day about the wealthiest woman in the world who invented her partner, who created an artificial partner, named her Dina, and she's a black woman. And I'm saying, look, the wealthiest woman in the world is not a black woman. So the woman that she imagined for herself, an AI creature, that she poured all of her partners' knowledge and language and voice patterns into, is composed as a black woman. So I think as culture keepers, all of us, we have to understand what it means when that culture is available to whomever and for whatever purpose they might want, even though we would have argued for perhaps a different configuration. It sort of reminds me of why P.D. James, the English novelist in 1992, wrote The Children of Men, which later became a novel, but the main character in that story, who is the last woman on earth to be fertile, guess what? It's a black woman. Mm. You know, where did P.D. James come up with? This is the only black person P.D. James ever wrote about. So I don't know why I'm thinking of Pearly Victorious right now. I find in being black a thing of beauty, a joy, but I also find in being black a vulnerability that is, that bears watching. I don't know if that answers your question. I hope it sort of kind of maybe does.
I heard, can I respond to this question as well? I heard in your question, perhaps it made me think about the discourse around banned books as well as we're thinking about the future and text and literature. And I've been seeing something circulating on Twitter about how black churches in Florida are becoming places for doing black history now. Now that it's been excised in any real way, right, in the Florida education system. And it made me in public schools. And it made me remember that like the black churches where I started is where I was really introduced to African American literature. It wasn't being taught in my schools, right? It was where I was first encountering, the poetry of Langston Hughes, et cetera, et cetera. And so I thought, so I saw someone commenting on Twitter saying, oh, well, this is what black churches have always done, and that's true. But I think part of the, and so it's wonderful that black churches are doing that work again, or maybe continuing to do that work. Maybe that's never stopped happening. But at the same time, how many of those books on the banned book list are actually incongruent with church values also, right? So how many of those books, that actually, teach students about a broader humanity, right? That may not be congruent with church doctrine and dogma, right? Will actually make the list that is being taught in however it's being configured through the black churches. So there's a lot of possibility, there, I think, but it can't be circumscribed. But for it to be effective, I don't think it can be circumscribed by the church's sort of dogma or doctrine or what the church understands to be acceptable.
Could I just say I am on the Twitter at Prof. Holloway.
There you go.
Got to say that.
There you go. There you go.
Hi, thank you for being here. I appreciate the panel very much. I have a couple of questions. I'll make them quick. The first one, I have to make a statement. When Mr. Wallace was speaking and the question was asked, what is the sound that he is when he thinks of religion, or whatever way the question was posed? And he said dark and melancholy. So when he said that, I thought, is that because the Christian faith is not being taught the way and based on Bible scripture? Because when Ms. Holloway asked you, what does it sound like? You were much more happier. You didn't even describe the feeling as being dark and melancholy. So do you believe there's more that we need to learn about the Christian faith in the future that will elevate other people to be more joyful in practicing the Christian faith?
I will I will leave that to the pastors in the room.
Well, I'm a reverend. I could do that. I could do that.
Then
Okay,
you've answered your
my
question.
other question, you going to go on?
No, you may.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Holloway, you said you're a humanist. I really don't know what that is. So can you please just briefly explain what a humanist
I
is?
believe in human beings in charge of their own lives, their own destinies, our own potentials. I don't believe in in God, an overwhelming spirit, a presence somewhere out there that is directing things on earth. I believe in us.
Okay.
We have time for one more question, I think. If not, we can talk. Yeah, right here.
I'm intrigued that the conversation about what is the sound or the feeling in the Black church, because it strikes me as hierarchical and constrained. And I think about the role of religion now in African countries that are facing let's just call them redistributive mechanisms, systems that are hard for the West to understand, but that there's sort of amidst the resource extraction and continuing difficulties, there's a rise in religious beliefs that I think is the antithesis of what is happening here. And a lot of people seeking an imagined future because the realities are just a little too harsh. And for those people, I think they're not looking for a single sound or thought. So I just wondered what you might think about that.
At some point, I think breaking down this bricks and mortar and institutionalized religion in our conversation as in juxtaposition to spirituality and in juxtaposition to religious praxis, some of which both in this country and in African countries is horrific against persons who are differently gendered, different sexualities. In my own, what I call it my home country, because most of my family is from Nigeria now. And I knew what my sister was saying. When you take something back to the village, it better be more Catholic than the Pope, rather than indigenous, even though when we had the funeral in the village, the women of the village all came together to, in a communal mourning, a sound at the door of the courtyard. But then we took the body of my brother-in-law to the Catholic Church. So there is that juxtaposition, but there's also a terrible hierarchy in church conduct of, and I will say mostly men, abusing church members, and church members not rising up with any empowerment in denying that kind of hierarchical abuse of religious power. Religious authority has done terrible things throughout humanity and in all countries and across all religions. That's one of the things that makes me shy away personally from that kind of, from that institutionalization, but not from a claim to spirit. And I will fight anybody who says I can't have a spirit. and it will survive. I also think dark, while I'm at it, is a space. I keep thinking of Langston Hughes's poem, when night comes out tenderly, black like me, dark like me, night coming tenderly, dark like me. That is my dream. And so I think there's a way to see darkness joyfully.
I was just thinking of Louis Armstrong, It's a Wonderful World. Second verse, I see skies of blue, clouds in the sky, dark sacred night, something blessed day, white blessed day, dark sacred night. Thank you.
I just heard that yesterday.
And it was your sort of attention to the sacredness of the darkness. I am deeply interested in these days. I also want to suggest that this question has reminded me of a further question I have that I'd love for religionists and Black Studies folks to take up, and that is, what is the difference between the otherworldliness that many highbrow would accuse the Black folk of esteeming in their talk of heaven, new heaven and new earth, on the one hand, and the otherwiseness that occupies so much of our really important concern for the future, if that makes sense as a question. Like, I hear
Maurice,
other...
Can we let the question hang, because we're over time?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Throw that question out.
Yeah, throw it out, and we'll talk about it during the break.
I just wanted to, yeah.
I wanted to give you, I guess, last word, Jarvis, and ask if you would like to do what your colleagues did, which all literary people do, and they give you that verse, that line from something that they love and sticks in their head.
Oh, goodness.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Because you did it a little bit already.
Yeah. I've given you, I've made such references, but
do you have final thoughts for us?
I'll let it hang.
Let it hang.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
Well, I will thank you all for sitting through our panel, enjoying our conversation. Before we go, even though it's going to embarrass her, I know we can do a round of happy birthday for Professor Holloway. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Thank you all. So you have 10 minutes for a humanity break to grab some water, to chat, to tend to your embodiedness, and be right back by 3:45. 3:45. 3:45.
Thank you for making that.
That was
in this capacity and for this capacious gathering of minds. I'm very excited for this particular conversation on archives and fields. We have three exemplary scholars whose work are breaking new ground and has already broken ground in the field, and so we'll just jump right in. We have Dr. Barbara Savage, who is a historian and the Geraldine R. Segal Professor Emerita of American Social Thought and Professor Emerita of Africana Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. Her book, Your Spirits Walk Beside Us, The Politics of Black Religion, published by Harvard University Press in 2008, is an historical examination of debates about the public responsibility of black churches and the role of religion in racial leadership. That book was the winner of the prestigious 2012 Grawemeyer Prize in Religion. She also is the author of Broadcasting Freedom, another fascinating book, and she is a co-editor of Women and Religion in the African Diaspora, co-edited with R. Marie Griffith. We also have Deborah Thomas, who is the R. Gene Brownlee Professor of Anthropology and the Director of the Center for Experimental Ethnography at the University of Pennsylvania. She is the author of Political Life in the Wake of the Plantation, Exceptional Violence in Modern Blackness, and co-editor of the documentary films Bad Friday and 4 Days in May. She is currently the co-chair of the American Anthropological Association's Commission on the Ethical Treatment of Human Remains. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Khalil Johnson, who is Assistant Professor of African American Studies at Wesleyan University, and his current manuscript project, Schooled, The Education of Black and Indigenous People in the U.S. and Abroad, 1730 to 1980. Johnson historicizes the post-war migration of hundreds of African American educators and offers a reinterpretation of the consequences of the American education system across the globe. So if you would please give these scholars a round of applause to welcome them to incite our conversation. I wanted to begin first by prompting each of you to, in the spirit of all of the conversations we've already had, to think about what questions are currently animating your projects. And as you are thinking about that question, to locate yourself in terms of your disciplines or subfields. And we'll start there and then broaden out for a broader discussion.
Good, thank you, Ahmad. And thank you all for being here. And thanks to Youseff and everybody who did all the hard work to get us in this room together. It's always nice to be reunited with IRAAS, and especially with Sharon in the back there, who's an old friend, comrade. And so it feels very familiar, and it's a nice way to feel at home here. I think after listening to the first couple of panels, I am so gratified to say that this field, or these fields as we're defining them and also kind of wrestling with them, those fields are in great hands. I'm just so proud of all the work that's been done and that is being done and that shall be done, I guess, going forward. So thank you all for your commitment to this shared set of concerns. I think, as Ahmad has just said, I was not trained in religion, kind of came to the work I've done through the side door of history, and actually of intellectual history, and an interest in black politics. And that's essentially what that book in 2008 addressed. And I approached it as an intellectual historian, but concerned about questions having to do with religion and public obligation, public duty. All of my work, and I've kind of moved around a little bit, is a result of very deep immersion in archival research. I mean, in literal archives, you know, a room with boxes and papers and the remnants, text-based materials, or oral. We were talking about the sonic earlier, but I've done some work on radio. And really just, I think the way I think about my work methodology-wise is sort of like scuba diving, in the sense that I do go for full immersion in the archive, emerge, take a breath, try to make sense of what I'm seeing and finding, and you go back down again. And there is great pleasure in archival research, great pleasure in the search and rescue, as it were, not in the Titanic kind of way, but more in the kind of a Jacques Cousteau kind of way, for those of you who are old enough to remember television. And then you come back onto dry land and you write. And that really is that is my methodology, and I don't really know what to call it. Karla was saying earlier that, and she and I had a conversation, I didn't know she had gone to law school, she didn't know I had gone to law school. We did it in reverse order, so we were talking about the language of the law and also the kind of methodologies of research that one learns in law school. She went to law school after her training. I went to law school before. And so when I went to graduate school in my mid-30s, I brought with me the tools of legal research and the habits of trying to understand how one makes generalizations as freely as academics do, because one does not do that in the law. And so I've been burdened, I think, in some ways, or, depending, it's kind of worked out, with all of that training having to do with evidence and proof, and then trying to take that into certainly a different realm in doing history. And I've moved from topic to topic, but whatever I'm doing, I am deeply immersed in an archive for a long time. I've just emerged from a biographical project, and I am going to say something about religion. I just emerged from a biographical project, which was also required me to be, in an unhealthy way perhaps, deeply immersed in the archive of a particular person, which is its own kind of work. And so when I was asked to come here and then look at the questions, I thought, what am I going to talk about? Because I haven't really written about religion since 2008, which is the truth. And so then, as happens, I remembered, as if in a dream overnight, or had an epiphany, that actually at the end stages of the work I was doing, I actually got involved in a quite different kind of project, and a really exciting project that's led by social scientist of religion, Wendy Cadge, C-A-D-G-E, who's at Brandeis. She was a graduate student of Bob Wuthnow's at Princeton, which is when I met her. She runs something called the Chaplaincy Project at Brandeis, and it is what it sounds like. It's a support center for the work of chaplains and chaplaincy, basically serving as an advocate and networking, but also doing research on chaplaincy and the history of it. She reached out to me to say, we need a historian. Can you do some quick historical work for us on race and black chaplains? And at first I thought, yeah, I could do that. I'm interested in chaplaincy. I'd come at it through the college chaplaincy side of things and had been on search committees at Yale and Penn for college chaplains. I think one of the most kind of searing things for me is that one Sunday I went to Mother Bethel, because I live in Philadelphia, and there was a reunion of black World War II Navy chaplains, or this was several decades ago now. There were 10 or 12 of them there in uniforms, or still wearing the medals from their service. And it was very moving to me, certainly something I didn't know anything about. So I thought about them when I said yes to working on this chaplaincy project. So what she wanted me to do was she said a really quick history on, that would be part of an article that would combine whatever I did historically with interviews they were doing with real live black chaplains, 12, 14, 15 case studies, and then that would become an article that would be of use to folks in the field. Now, two quick things is I don't really do articles well. I don't do them. I'm more of a book person, and quick history is not really in my vocabulary. And so I almost decided not to do it. And then she suggested a method for me, which is more akin to a social science method. And that is that she said, well, why don't you just take one source and follow it through? And I was like, I don't work like that. I can't do that. That wouldn't feel right to me. But I did do that. And so what she had me do was to look at I said, well, if I'm going to do that, then I'll use black newspapers, and I'll start here, and I'll look for every reference, because that's the way I work, to black chaplains from this point to that point, and we'll see what we have. And so it really ended up being a very interesting project, and really brought, that's just how I'm coming to these questions of methodology and discipline, because working with her and with her team of researchers had me working with social scientists, but also with practitioners in the field. And so when I will, I'll use this as kind of my stepping off point, if you will, for some of the questions that we've been asked to think about. And that is that I think what I learned most from doing that work was to be reminded how important it is to look in unfamiliar places for some of these questions that we've been raising here now, and also to think about doing collaborative work across the disciplines as a way of sidestepping some of the disciplinary conflicts and tensions that we have. Get everybody in the same room and have them work on the same thing, let them do what they want to do, and let's see what really emerges from that. And so we ended up with an article which is called Chaplains of Color, History and Practices, and is in the Journal of Healthcare Chaplaincy, which is not a journal with which I was familiar, but I'm actually very proud to be one of the co-authors of that. And so I just want to use that as an example to say that that the archive really still matters, and that there are certain things that can only be learned from and brought forward through the archive. And in this case, we're talking about chaplaincy. Initially it says college campuses, which in some ways it ended up not being the predominant form that was interesting to us, both in terms of other places where there are more black people, i.e. and disproportionate numbers of black people and black chaplains, and those would be the military, the hospitals and healthcare, which is the most important in terms of numbers and day-to-day life, and the prisons. And so when you're in a room with people who are working in those settings and doing real live spiritual work with them, it really does help us think, I think, in a more grounded way about religion practice, and to try to honor the people who are doing that kind of heroic work, because we were doing the work in the middle of the pandemic. So anyway, I will just kind of draw this to an end, just to put that out there, to say, we were talking earlier about language. Even the word chaplain, we had to interrogate because it's such a Christian term. And so the term they use is spiritual caregiver, which is amorphous in some ways, but actually the truth, and as a way to move away from such a heavily Christian focus. But to sit in a room within that circle of people who are spiritual caregivers to disproportionate numbers of black people in, whether they're in San Quentin or in the Navy or at Harlem Hospital, is a very powerful reminder of the importance of historical work in archives as a way of giving inspiration and strength and perspective to current day practitioners. And finally, and I'll close with this, one of the things that's also come out of that project is a documentary called Three Chaplains, which is a play on an old documentary called Four Chaplains from World War II, which of course showcased folks from different faiths. Three Chaplains is about three Muslim chaplains in the military, including the first black woman Muslim chaplain. So this is contemporary, and it's all of this really fascinating work. They are all three African American, which surprised many people, not me, and are doing the day-to-day work of trying to tend to young black and brown people who are serving in the military with all of the kinds of conflicts that raises, and to administer to them spiritually in this way. And it should be a very powerful film. So that is a roundabout way of saying that's the only thing I'm doing right now on religion, and it's actually been very it's been very meaningful and powerful to me. And so I'm glad in the middle of the night I actually remember that I had just done that, which I had forgotten.
Well, your spirits walk beside us is quite the contribution to the field. So
thank you.
So we are still chewing on that gift to us. But Professor Thomas, if you could. Yes.
Okay, we're jumping over the middle. Sure. Well, I'll echo Barbara in saying thank you for convening us here and for doing all of that logistical work that it takes to organize a conference like this. And I also want to just say how lovely it's been to listen and learn from everybody so far, and to see my old Duke crew again. I'll mention that 22 years ago, Karla hired me. And you may not remember, but your day was so busy, you had like 10 minutes to sit with me in a hallway when we were doing our campus visits, and you said, "Oh, you are walking in Zora's footsteps." I don't know if you remember that, but because I used to be a dancer and then had gone into anthropology, and so we connected on the Zora thing, which I constantly come back to, of course, as well. So it's really lovely to be in the same room again. Well, so I am formally an anthropologist. There's training and there's training. So I'll introduce myself, I guess, by talking about that. I wouldn't consider myself a scholar of religion, actually. And the people with whom I work who chant Rastafari or who practice Kumina also would not consider themselves to be doing religion. For them, it's just life. And I think that informs the way I see and understand my trajectory. I'll position myself in a couple ways in order to get to what my burning questions are that I keep trying to answer successfully and unsuccessfully, and so keep coming back to them. There was a training or a disciplining in the church for sure, and I was tickled, Monica, when you said you want your kids to know the sounds, even though, so I grew up in the church, my husband grew up in the church, he grew up Adventist, and we're raising heathens, and it's the sounds, but it's also, for me, the embodied repertoire that, and you all were talking about what it sounds like, also what it feels like, and I think that kind of transcendence, bodily transcendence, I first felt in the church. And then I have a disciplining also as a gymnast. I was a competitive gymnast growing up, but then shifted to dance, and I danced professionally here for many years prior to going to grad school. And recently I ended up going back to dance class, and I think partly to prove to myself I could still do it, but also to remind myself that how I know things is through my body. Like, my first mode of understanding is always bodily, and I took it for granted, and I thought that everybody came to knowledge in that way or came to insights in that way because that's what I was used to, and so going back to it has been really important for the project that I'm working on now, which has to do with embodiment. I think building on some of the things Ashley was saying this morning. I've always been obsessed with and interested in questions related to sovereignty, autonomy, self-determination, what it means to self-determine in this post but still colonial context in which we are living our lives. And so I guess the realm of spirit that speaks to me has to do with those spaces that people build lives beside or maybe adjacent to, but beyond the structures that we've been given ideologically, institutionally, infrastructurally, psychically. And so the work that I've been doing, which in some ways isn't really research, I've been co-organizing a Kumina festival for the past 5 years and working with the Kumina collective. Kumina is one of the Afro-Jamaican traditions that's practiced mainly in eastern Jamaica, St. Thomas and Portland. It is a Congolese-based tradition, so Central African-based tradition, which has to do with cultivating and maintaining relationships with the ancestors. So, like many Afro-Atlantic religious traditions, there's drumming and singing and dancing counterclockwise in a circle, which is meant to bring on Mayal, which is a form of possession, but it's a form of communication with the specific ancestors to those specific family groups, right, who are practicing this tradition. So Mayal is interesting to me for many reasons. I mean, I'm not, I should say that I think there's a difference between being part of a community and being in community with people. You know, I'm not an initiate. I don't belong to a Bongo family. I wouldn't. It's not my lineage, like genealogically. I'm not interested in finding out people's secrets and sharing them. What is interesting about it to me is the space that it creates, right? And so we started doing this festival because we had made a film about political violence in Jamaica, and we were screening it in different grassroots settings where people come together across partisan political boundaries. And one of the spaces where this happens is Kumina. Right? And we wanted to be able to create a space to have the difficult conversations about these legacies of violence, imperial violence, slavery, but also nationalist political violence. And then we wanted to be able to have a mechanism by which those difficult conversations would be released. And so a friend who is a Kumina practitioner suggested that we have a Kumina. And so that's kind of how Tambu Fest began. It began as explicitly a way to open a space for conversation that we could then release to the ancestors and be in community with each other, right? And sort of problem solve together about issues that are of importance to the community without relying on the kind of security strategies that the state was doing. Okay, so that is how, that is the entry, I suppose, into that space. But the other thing that's really interesting to me about Mayal and about Kumina and other Afro-Atlantic practices is, the alternative ontologies that it offers us access to, right? And principally what I'm thinking about is the idea of the multiple souls, right? That whereas a kind of Cartesian tradition tells us that we separate mind from body, but that mind and soul are one thing together, in these kinds of religious practices or spiritual practices, we have multiple souls. So the tragedy of imperialism and the slave trade is actually that the unbounded body, the body that can be in time travel and in communication generationally, was locked down, right, in its trafficking to the New World, right, and that those portals for communication were prohibited in various kinds of ways through the kind of legislation that many people in this room have detailed and told us about. So I guess similarly with Rastafari, I don't study Rastafari. I don't study Kumina. I am in community with people trying to build something and learning together, I guess, about ways to get free. And for me, that always is coming from the cultivation of embodied archives, thinking through what we see when we see people dancing. Bring it back to Zora just for one little second. I don't know if any of you have ever looked at her film clips. They're in the Library of Congress, of her research in the South primarily. And there's one lovely clip where, certainly you can see her relationship with her interlocutors throughout all the clips, and you can see it in the way they present themselves to her. We're very different from what you see in sort of early clips done by white anthropologists, or even like Thomas Edison as he's running around and sort of taking pictures of early images of day-to-day life. But what you see with Zora is a kind of bodily communication. And there's one clip where she's at, must be the races or something, and there's bleachers set up, and there's this woman dancing, like this, and Zora has the camera on her, and you can see that the woman is kind of, she's showing for Zora, and she's kind of beckoning her in, and it's like those kinds of embodied communication and those archives that we have of what it means to enter into embodied relation that are really interesting to me.
Thank you, Professor Thomas.
Hello. I'm honored to be on this panel with these distinguished historians, and I've been really enlivened by the conversations I've heard today. I think many of the questions that preoccupy me are some of these dualities or sometimes dichotomies that have already been raised in many of the discussions. Questions of the material and the immaterial, questions of ancestry and genealogy, the known and the unknown, the desire to know things that should not be known. I'm interested in the colonial and the colonized, and in this relationship that has been constructed between the so-called civilized world and its savage others. And to that end, I guess I'm thinking through what it means to be disciplined and undisciplined, or messy, as we might refer to Zora. And right now, though, the question that preoccupies me the most is, how did I get here in front of all of you on a panel about fields and archives, particularly when out of the corner of my eye I can see Jennifer Morgan, whose work is phenomenal. I've been really inspired by Black feminist historians. Some of the work that informs my own, in addition to a work like Laboring Women, or more recently Saidiya Hartman's Wayward Lives, or Tara Hunter, To Joy My Freedom, because these works provoke questions of blackness and indigeneity, even if it's unstated. I guess I'm also interested in how I got here because my father was part of the class of black students who was recruited. I think it would have been class of 73, but he did not graduate from Columbia. He dropped out because he had a conflict with a white professor who insisted that African Americans were a subculture of the United States white culture, and he was done with it. My mother, however, did not drop out of school. She was from a very respectable Catholic family in Mobile, Alabama. Her mother had gone to Dillard University, the youngest HBCU. And so that makes me a third generation college graduate, thanks to historically black colleges. My mom went to Spelman. And so one way of answering the question of how I got here is because of my ancestors. I knew that my grandmother had been a high school teacher. I knew that we associated education and schooling and college with upward mobility and with social justice, for my dad, with revolution. He decided that to be revolutionary, he could not be in the space of Columbia University. And because I was inspired by teachers, when someone from Teach for America showed up in my multicultural literature class at the University of Georgia, they told me that education was a social justice issue in our day, and I thought I would join that movement. You know, you had to rank where you wanted to go in the country to save the poor people. And seriously, that's what the mission is, save the poor people. And I thought, well, I had taken these multicultural literature classes. I had taken a class called Pre-Columbian American Literature. So talk about dead white people on the syllabus. And I thought I would try to go west and work with Native American people, because I had seen these horrible images of Carlisle Indian School, these basically assimilatory factories that were trying to take Native people and turn them into highly disciplined, proletarianized white folks, basically, but still racialized as other. And I thought that because education had done so much for my family, that I owed it to the first people of this continent. That thought, I now realize, was misguided, and it is informed by what I now understand. It's deeply informed by the history of Christianity, and specifically of Protestant Calvinism, which I'll get to in a second. So, me, Teach for America, Navajo Nation. While I was there, I did not have access to the internet or to cable television. I was 23 years old. So what do? I go to our little elementary school library, and I find some books, then I'm reading these books. And there was one book there called Where the Trails Cross, oral history of the town I lived in, poetically named Thoreau, but written Thoreau, like Henry David. And so I'm in Thoreau, reading this history of Thoreau, and what do I see in the oral history that had been recorded by just some entrepreneurial teacher and self-published? A white woman who worked in the boarding school next door to my public elementary school said, oh, in the 1950s and 60s, 62% of the people out here teaching were black Southerners. At first there were some problems. People didn't get along, but eventually folks worked it out. And I thought, 62% of the teachers on the Navajo Indian Reservation were black Southerners? So I went to Google, which still existed then, YouTube was new, and I typed in, and I didn't find any scholarly texts about it. And so that preoccupation with how did this happen? Was it real? How would I even know how to affirm this? Is what brought me to graduate school, and I had the good fortune and very lucky to get accepted to Yale University. Doing archival research, I traveled to 18 different National Archives branches. I did oral history with former teachers that I was able to identify, and very quickly it became clear. Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, decimates the work that HBCUs were doing, which was mostly to make teachers. And those teachers couldn't find jobs. What they did know is, thanks to civil rights movement, the federal employment had been desegregated. So folks would go to a post office, good post office jobs. They would see a flyer, federal job, come and teach the Indians. And they said, civil rights, they can't take away my job, and I can do the work that I've been trained to do. Now, there weren't probably thousands of teachers. There were probably, 400 or 500, 600 over the course of decades. But that's a lot of lives that these teachers touched. And, I was once on a radio program, and a Hopi man called up because I was talking about the project. And he was just like, I just want you to know that I loved my black teachers because they were interested in us. And they were interested in developing our culture, like Hopi running. And I learned so many things about them. Like, I had chitlins. But at the same time, it was complicated because as I eventually understood through my own classroom work on the Navajo Reservation, colonialism is now. There's actually not that much difference between what was being done at Carlisle Indian School in the dark times and what I was doing in my classroom, which was disciplining children in English so that they can take up jobs in the United States. Now, when I think about my ancestors in teaching, I don't like to imagine them participating in a sort of violent epistemological project, destroying native cultures. And certainly there were people, you know, anecdotally from what a lot of the native people who've told me about this, is that some of the black teachers were better. They would not, for instance, wash your mouth with soap. But on the other hand, there are instances of accusations of sexual assault to minors that are against black teachers, physical abuse. And what this began to force me to think about was, you know, under what circumstances can black people be conscripted into imperial projects? Always it's coercive, because we are not choosing the conditions in the political economy that we have been captured by. But some people willingly, and often, you know, we can think about maybe another conversation, Christianity and Sierra Leone and Liberia as two settler colonies that would not allow indigenous people to become citizens unless they renounced their tribal identity and adopted Christianity. Precursor to become citizen. So, long story short, the book about black people on Indian reservations that I spent all my archival muster for 18 months doing is going to be my second book, because the questions of how we got in this mess together became the project of the first book. I needed to develop an analytical frame. And so then eventually the subject of schooling became the frame that I wanted to look into. Schooling as a sort of world making, both material and immaterial, the realm of finance and capital and ideas and people going out and doing work to build an empire from coast to coast, Hawaii to the Philippines to Puerto Rico. And in the course of doing this, you know, I realized that the title that you read, Ahmad, was a little off, because I actually updated the title. The new title of the book is Schooled, An Unsettling History of American Education. And that title is necessary because I was missing the third element. I was looking at black folks, and I was looking at native folks. You know who else went to school? White people. We are in an institution that precedes the formation of the United States, older than the country. And so I had to go back at the 18th century, the founding, and you could even go further back in the 17th century, the founding of Harvard and Yale, these institutions that we have to understand as colonial because they were made by colonists, that the graduates of these institutions became teachers and missionaries who furthered ideas of an evangelical but civilizing process that was inherently anti-indigenous. And then the questions emerge if that is an inherently anti-indigenous practice because they are against unsettled indigenous ways of knowing and thinking and being. What happens when we begin to think of ourselves as being products of these educations, of being in an institution that was founded by colonists and still exists in a colonial relationship with, you know, the world when we're talking about Columbia? I mean, Teachers College, Union Seminary, the graduates of those institutions have had their fingers all over empires, both U.S. and British. And so I think that's enough for now. But
thank you, Dr. Johnson. So the title of the panel is Archives and Fields, and so I think all of you have in many ways invited us to think about how you each reconcile the complexities of this work. Each of you also having a different kind of orientation to the field.
or the category of Black religion. And so I'm curious in this moment where the archive, right, as a kind of idea, as a term that gets wielded for varying ends, on the one hand gets interpreted as a site of immense violence and dismemberment. You know, Saidiya Hartman describes it, right, as a mortuary, right, as a kind of graveyard, a cemetery where we behold, you know, anti-Black violence. And then on the other hand, the archive, again, also thinking with Hartman, but also Professor Morgan and Sarah Haley and so many other Black feminist historians who push us to think about the archive as a site of immense possibility, right? Perhaps a site where we can also think about the beauty that might be tethered to the terrible. And so I'm curious if you could kind of comment on this tension. So thinking about archive, but then also field is a very weighty term that we take for granted and kind of really just use and wield to particular ends. And I cannot help but think about the invocation of the plantation here as a field or a set of fields. And so how do we contend with the legacies of slavery embedded in the academic study of religion and of Black religion? And, you know, really this question is open-ended precisely because each of you think of yourselves in different ways to the category of Black religion again. But I want us to kind of step back and to think about this question as a kind of contemplation on our intellectual inheritances. And so if we think to invoke, say, Albert J. Raboteau, the author of Slave Religion, published in 1978, which I argue is perhaps the text that formally institutionalizes African American religious history in the academy. If we think about what Raboteau is doing in that text to give language and voice to the religious lives of the enslaved, how do you interpret your own works, right, in different time periods, right? We are always conversant with the plantation, or we should be. We are always conversant with slavery, or we should be. We are always conversant with the slave, or we should be. And so where is slavery here? Where are we? Where is the afterlife of slavery? How do we think about that in relation to the archive and to field? And so these are a series, streams of questions, and you can kind of jump in where you fit in, and then we'll go from there.
I'll start. I'm not going to try to answer all of those questions, but I just want to touch on something that we were talking about actually earlier in the day, and that is about, I guess in the simplest terms, the place of religion in Black studies. And the tensions there, which I think, and if you think about the kind of liberationist impulse, which is at the heart of Black studies, however we define it and whenever we enter it, what does it do or how does it address institutions or practices that are often seen as conservative in the traditional small c sense of the word, that don't really fit, for all the reasons that we all know, into that kind of liberationist impulse. And and religion, you know, certainly, aside from the church institutionally, but religion and the way that religion has functioned, and we've been hearing about it all day, certainly, you know, collides with that question. I mean, we're brought here under the aegis of thinking about the unthought, which I think is a fascinating concept. When I think about religion and also the tensions, Justin, how do you deal with religion intellectually? Having been raised in one of those little country churches that JT was talking about, where you experience religion in every way, yes, intellectually, but primarily not. And so for some little thinking child there who's reading science fiction and this, that, and the other, what does becoming an educated person mean in terms of how you think about, write about, reconcile notions of what I think of as a system that is basically non-rational rather than unthought, not irrational, but non-rational, and we are being trained to be linear and rational. I mean, that's the whole point of the, of the enterprise. And so that kind of juxtaposition is really, at the heart of the tension between Black studies and religious studies. And so I just want to say that. And then I wanted to thank you for this, and to say also that when we think about religion in the way, and churches in ways that are outside of that impulse that that's at the foundation of our field, when you were talking about Black teachers going to the reservations in the 20th century, the lineage I was thinking of was the Buffalo Soldiers, because that's the lineage too. Again, the military also one of those institutions that really is, we don't choose who we are. Sometimes we choose to join the military, sometimes we're conscripted, and that's its own thing, and we know that. But what do we do with the Buffalo Soldiers and that very complicated relationship between them and the settling, of the West? And so, so just to kind of put that question out there, what do we do with the things that don't fit into the initial impulses of our field?
Thank you.
I'll continue with the thinking about field. Field means many things, I think, to anthropologists. Anthropology as a field tends to be extremely disciplinarily promiscuous. We'll borrow from anything and anybody and everybody to help us understand and answer a question. So on one hand, it's a very diverse field, right? And really, as it was founded in the United States, it actually does run the gamut from quote-unquote hard science to linguistic thinking to archaeology and then cultural anthropology and even the most phenomenological of the phenomenological studies, right? So it's very broad and diverse, but usually when cultural anthropologists are talking about the field, they also mean field work. And field work has been something that many cultural anthropologists until recently have imagined to happen somewhere else. So if sociology ended up becoming the study of life and social processes and issues in the United States, anthropology ended up becoming the study of those processes elsewhere. And religion, or something that we are calling today religion, was central to those studies because what they were encountering were societies in many cases that were not organized politically into states. So what anthropologists were trying to figure out is how do people reckon authority in the absence of these kinds of political structures, Western political structures that we're used to? What are the ways in which they organize descent and lineage? How do they think about their economic cycles of harvest? To whom do they distribute the goods of those harvests? All of these have relationships to what we are calling today religious practices. So it's really been central within the field. That said, there are people who consider themselves to actually be anthropologists of religion as well. But I think that also there have been so many transformations in how we understand the practice of anthropology. Anthropology, like all disciplines, is born in the service of and out of colonialism and imperialism. We are not alone, just reminding you all. But we are perhaps maybe the example of what that relation is and what scholarship has come to mean or started to mean. There were a ton of anthropologists at the turn of the 20th century who were interested in proving that there are innate racial differences that can be read in and through the body, that Black people are therefore innately inferior. And there were other anthropologists around the same time who were interested in refuting that position. But it wasn't really until Melville Herskovits published this article in 1930 called The Negro in the New World, a statement of a problem, that anthropologists began to see the U.S. and the New World as a space, as a part of the field, right? Anthropologists were interested in far-flung brown and black people, not the nearby ones, you know, because the nearby ones are like corrupted with Western influences, right? And so what Herskovits, in very messy, as we're saying, ways, inaugurated was a kind of program of study on acculturation, which has been rejected, but nonetheless, it was a moment of reorienting the field of anthropology and the field in terms of where anthropology could be done, right? Of course, black anthropologists have critiqued all of that and have upturned the ways that we understand even the process of entering into relation with people and doing the kinds of work that we do, what it means to work collaboratively, how that changes perception of the field, that relationships with the field don't stop when you come back from the field to do something called writing up in some other place other than the field. You know, so I think there's been a lot of really interesting interrogation of what that word means and how it is imbricated in these processes of, you said slavery, but also imperialism. And I'll just say one other little thing, which is that I think our fields of sort of vision and the contexts that shape what is familiar to us also really influence our understanding of what can even become questions, right? And you become used to certain kinds of things based on what you know about where you are or where you're from or the various places that you've been in and through. And this was brought home to me last summer when I was doing the first year of what was a 2-year project called Citing Black Girlhood with one of my colleagues at Penn, Grace Sanders Johnson, who's a historian. And we taught a class, and then it was designed to bring Philadelphia into conversation with Jamaica and South Africa. So after we taught the class last spring, we took the class to Jamaica, and after we taught the class last spring, we took the class to South Africa. And the inspiration was a space that's run by Vashti Dubois, who I actually met like 30-odd years ago here, but who's been living in Philadelphia and Germantown and has her house is the Colored Girls Museum, or she's since moved out, but she had done a portraiture exhibit, and that kind of inspired this process because it paired artists and muses to think about what does it mean to be seen as a black girl, what does it mean to look at a black girl, what is the relationship that we can develop by having that sort of process. Anyway, so we were doing that also in Jamaica and South Africa. So we went to see on one day a friend of mine who has bought a piece of land in rural St. Catherine up in the hills, and I was taking them up to her spot to just relax and sort of also participate in like artist collective farm life for a day. And so I drove up with some people in my car, and then we had a van. And as the van arrived and people started getting out of the van, they just looked ill almost. And for some of them, it was a actual illness, like there was a car sickness, or going through the hills and the streets like that. But also, her place is near Worthy Park Sugar Estate, which is one of the largest and most beautiful, ugly sugar estates in Jamaica. It's just miles and miles and miles of cane. Well, if you're used to seeing that all the time, it doesn't faze you, right? But they came out of that van looking just, I don't know, like traumatized, right? And so I was asking Grace, I was like, what's happened? And she said, well, we did just drive through that big sugar estate. So I think that our fields of familiarity also open or shut down certain kinds of questions. And in that case, it also shows you that slavery is always, always, always present, right? No matter how far we move from it nominally, temporally.
Anthropologists. I'm going to start from the specific and move towards the general, and I think I have 4 points to make. But I'm going to, when I was in graduate school, I had to take this historical research methods class, which was great. I was like, I'm glad I took it because I wouldn't be here again without that. And it was taught by Glenda Gilmore. And I was going to do a project, research into this documentary film project by some anthropologists. They were going to go out to the Navajo Nation. We're going to find some generally uncorrupted Navajo people and gave them film cameras. And the reason why they gave them cameras is because they said, oh, if we give them cameras, this will give us insights to how Navajo people think about the world. And we can see the world through Navajo eyes. That was the name of the project. I thought this was fascinating, in part because white people can be so silly sometimes. they go out to the rural part and get young people because they thought that they would be less exposed. Navajo people have been involved in the film industry, working on film sets for a long time by the 1960s when they're doing this. Moreover, every Friday at the boarding schools, they would play movies. So you already knew. Anyway, I was an English major in college, so all this history stuff was new to me, and I thought the one way I could get a sense of what the discourse around Navajo people in the 1960s would have been to look on the New York Times. So I go on the ProQuest and just type in Navajo Nation, Navajo Indians, these search words, and it was through by chance that I saw a headline that said, Negro named principal of Indian school. And I thought, oh, that thing I read about when I was living on the reservation about these black teachers, there must be some there. And I would say 8 hours later, I had realized that, oh snap, like this is a whole thing. And so I present this to Glenda Gilmore, and she said, I think you better change your topic. Now I bring this up in part because, my personal lived experience connected to this thing that showed up in the newspaper database archive. And as I discovered when I would travel across the country looking at these folders, other people had looked at this stuff too, but not put two and two together. Looking at pictures where I could see the other people, pictures of Native children with black teachers, where it's visible, right? Like you don't have to guess by names or whatever. But it just didn't mean anything because they weren't prepared to receive that and make meaning of it. So that's one thing about archives, is that there are things that archives contain that can be surprising and illuminating and contradictory to what we think we already know. But also that bring us into deep proximity with the past. I've been in archives and crying, touching things that have an energy to them. I've been in the downtown in DC working all day in the National Archives and leave the archive and am at first shocked to see a black and white person sitting on a bench together because I've been immersed in Jim Crow for hours. And one way that things become invisible in the archives is precisely through the disciplinary field that we create. People weren't prepared to think about black people and Indian reservations because I'm just going to do the Native history stuff, or I'm just going to do the black history stuff, and that did not prepare them to receive and make meaning of it. And so one way that actually we can think more capaciously about how we might separate black studies and Native studies or African history from the history of Sri Lanka, for instance, is like, I've been looking at these missionary archives and at the Carnegie Corporation archives. And the archival record has already put all this stuff together in relation. It's us to go back and to retrieve it. And one surprising thing that so this is a known thing, but I was looking in the original archival records of a missionary in Newport, Rhode Island named Samuel Hopkins. If you study early American religion, Hopkins was an apostle of Jonathan Edwards and revised Edwards' ideas to create a Calvinist interpretation called the New Divinity. And New Divinity is important to abolitionist history because he said that sin is selfishness and that we should all live to be selfless. And living in Newport, he had already been involved in missionary stuff in what is now Great Barrington, which is where Du Bois is from. He saw the epitome of selfishness, which was slavery and the denial of brotherhood to a fellow human being. And so he tries to recruit 2 enslaved people to become missionaries. And he's like, well, I mean, we'll figure out how to free them later. But first we got to teach them to read so they can interpret the Bible, so they can go, and they eventually did go to Princeton to be trained as missionaries. They got lucky. They won the lottery, literally, like won the lottery and bought themselves freedom. But one of the surprising things that happens to in this account is that there was another black missionary who was an Anglican in Ghana at the time, and the immaterial, right? One of the enslaved people, John Quamine, remembered his family. He remembered their names. He knew the village. And so they were able to, through Philip Kwakwe, the Anglican missioner, find his family and connect back that they missed him, that they wept when they heard that he was still alive and could locate him. They were tricked because they had intended to send their son, John Quamine, to the U.S. for an education. All of this indicates to me, one, is that the Middle Passage was not a black hole, but 2, is that the relationship between sovereignty and slavery is complex. Because the reason why they were able to get in touch with their people is because they were involved in the slave trade. They had connections to British imperialism, and Britain recognized their sovereignty and had an interest in returning people who had been illegally captured. Now, the black folks are the unknown, right? They're the people who were conquered through war and whose archives were immaterial. And so this brings me to a bigger point. It's like the archive. It's like, the archive? The archive? I mean, that's a very limited way of thinking about what archives are and can be. Like, the built environment is an archive. When I'm on the Navajo reservation and there are people who know Navajo histories that have not been written down, it's in the landscape. The landscape is an archive. The blues is an archive. And these multiple ways of thinking about archives can overlap with non-literate. The records aren't written. And it occurred to me at some point, I might have had a gummy. And I was thinking...
Before you get too far into that,
I want
to say something about archives. Go right ahead.
I want one thing. I said, everybody who ever wrote about school, 1, was literate, 2, had been to school, 3, had probably liked it. Doesn't that create an epistemological bias in the record of what we understand to be the history of education, and by extension really the history of black Christianity, because it's written by people who accepted the conditions and did not refuse them. And there's a project out there of trying to figure out other ways of accessing black archives that, to put it in Kathy Cohen's phrase, might recognize deviance as resistance. And I'll stop there.
I just want to follow on. I'm glad that I appreciate your testimony about the archives, and I just want to kind of piggyback on some of that, and this notion of weeping in archives, which of course is very unprofessional. And I think, have I ever done that? I thought, yes, I have done that. And I remember both moments, well, they weren't the only moments. Moments I want to talk about today are sort of working in the Library of Congress on my religion book and literally holding Nanny Helen Burroughs' Bible which I can tell you was a Bible that was held and which she used in a way that you could see was her only Bible. My house is full of Bibles. I got Bibles on my phone, got Bibles everywhere. This was her Bible. This was the Bible for her. And the same moment at Penn, in Sadie Alexander's archive, I wasn't even looking for her Bible, and there it was. And again, you could see the relationship between their religious faith and beliefs, two very different women, and the relationship they had with this archival object. And it's well thumbed and all of that. So thank you, for reminding me that, in fact, there is both a pleasure and weeping in archives and archival research. And also to say, and to thank you for also pointing to the wide variety of archives that are available, especially in the 20th century. There is an overabundance of archival material and to be freshly plowed or never touched, unlike all that extraordinary work that has been done by historians of slavery, for which I am deeply grateful and have great admiration, and where the questions in particular around silence and what do you do when you can't find what what you want to find or what you're hoping to find. But in the 20th century, especially anything that you're studying that has any kind of institutional relationship, and we are all enmeshed in institutional life, whether we want to admit it or not, from the public health service where our birth certificates are, or the census, or any institution that we've ever interacted with your student files, all of that, even before this moment we're living in where privacy is a thing of the past, you're all papered. You're all like living, walking archives here. And so I heard someone earlier in a question ask about, well, what do you do about silences in the archive? And I think by the time you get to a silence in the archive, you've already, if in the 20th century you've had the luxury, you've been in the archive, you've found, say, 96% of what you think you need, and then there's the mystery, there's the missing. And so then what do you do in telling that story or making that argument? And so I think the impulse for me, and this is temperamental, and it's something I feel, rather strongly about, but the impulse to invent or to speculate at that point for me is antithetical to the field of Black history in this way. We need to be reminded oftentimes I think that we forget that Black studies emerges, Black history, Negro history emerges as a counter to the invented narratives that white people and white writers and white scholars had been writing about us for centuries and centuries. And so if we're going to do that, do it with intentionality and care and learnedness, and I think many of the people who are much more comfortable doing that than I am have approached it that way, but there is danger there as well in the wrong hands, and that's part of my kind of, I think, instinctive resistance to that.
Can I say one little thing about archives, actually?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So it's really interesting listening to you all about it. And I said before that anthropologists are disciplinarily promiscuous. And we do also, from time to time, dabble in archives. And, for me, I've had to train myself, and Barbara has been helpful also with that, in how to think about historical archives. But I think also, and I'm sure you do this too, but I think, for someone who is used to thinking about archives as living, breathing phenomena in the world with whom we can interact, or energies that we can feel, or statements that can be made or discussed or clarified, or public events that can be watched or documented to then watch again later and clarify again with people with whom we are watching or that are already on the film. There is something really lovely about being in an historical archive and finding the unexpected. And I suppose for me as an anthropologist, what I've had to work against is the desire to find the smoking gun that's going to make everything make sense. You know, all the other things I found, if I could just find that one document, you know, that pulls it all together. Okay, so once you get over that, I think the joy that you're describing of handling the Bible, or the amazement that I have felt touching plantation records and just thinking about who the people are who are named on this piece of parchment, or even unexpected finds. Like I was telling people at lunch, I've been doing some work on this eugenics study that was conducted in Jamaica in the 1920s, and I went to the Otis Historical Archives, which hold the original test papers. It was an anthropometry study, so they were doing like 63 measurements of people, you know, like arm span, sitting height, distance between pupils, you know, all the things that they used to think was legitimate. And in the book itself, they write about the measurements, and they do all this kind of statistical equations and measure of error, and, you know, in order to determine like what is the prevalence of certain innate racial traits and what happens when you mix people. Are the offspring more toward one parent or another, or are they blend, and are they fertile? You know, all of the kinds of stereotypes that we've all heard about. Okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to maybe see some margin notes that give me some idea about observations that were being made about the people other than the measurements that were being taken, right? But what I ended up finding in one of they went all over the country, but they focused on students at MICO, which is actually the oldest teacher training institution in the Western Hemisphere. Not agriculturalists, as they said they were measuring. But anyway, they, with the students at MICO, elicited autobiographies that they do not discuss in the text because, of course, they're not measurements, you know. But I started reading through these autobiographies, and it was just one of those, like, joyful moments. I found people from the community that my father grew up in, you know, like all of these, like, just amazing discoveries, not only of the humanity of people who were being measured as though they were inhuman, but also a mode of self-expression that, though colonial, has also been reappropriated in like humorous, beautiful, really amazing ways. So I think like those kinds of discoveries are just like the gifts of archival work too.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for those reflections. Your comments actually have me thinking about whether Black studies or Black religious studies really fully contends with those subjects from the past who defy a kind of archival capture, right? Who don't want to be rendered legible in the archive, who are trying to circumvent surveillance and policing, who are, you know, willfully neglecting a kind of mark or imprint on how we might interpret events from the past. And I often wonder how that kind of, you know, resistance to a kind of what Sharp might describe as containerization, right, might actually be in some ways connected to what kinds of narratives we privilege in the study of Black religion. And so if in fact, you know, denominational histories or institutional archives are the bread and butter for the study of Black religion, who are we not talking about, right? Or what are we not talking about? And so just kind of thinking in that way, and I don't know if you all want to comment on that, and then we have 15 minutes left. I do want to give room for some Q&A. I'm sorry to kind of drop that question, but it was apparent to me that, you know, and I'm so grateful for my colleague Alexis Wells-Agogome, who's here, who has a really wonderful article recently published in the Journal of the American Academy of Religion that's actually really pushing us to, I don't know if you would say this, Elaine, maybe you'll comment on this tomorrow, but to essentially kind of forsake, unrequited commitment to the institutional, and to think about those who are outside of the bounds of the institutional as a way of telling more capacious stories about Black religion. And of course, she's making this claim really with an eye towards slavery. And so I don't know what we do with that, but there's something here, I think, for us to tease out. And we can do that now, or we can just...
I'll just say quickly, like any tool, archival, historical research and the methodology itself, and that's what it is. I mean, there are always going to be things that are beyond reach, or for which it's too blunt. It's not the right instrument to answer the question that you're asking. And I think even when in the book that I did on religion, one of my frustrations, and the reason it ends up being an intellectual history, is that I could not conceive of a methodology that would actually get at some of the deeper questions that I was actually more interested in, that came out of my own understanding of African American religion from childhood forward. And I went to a whole set of intellectual questions which I could handle. But the deeper questions, especially when we're interrogating practices that are by nature private, a concept that has really lost so much meaning in the last 20 to 30 years, private and sacred, and sometimes also secret, and also intimate, and all of those things that actually deserve respect in a way. Like, I don't necessarily need to know all of that, but if I'm going to study it, I need to know some of it. And so that's actually one of the kind of beautiful tensions in coming up with all of these extraordinary ways to think about and to study religion, because it's such an elusive subject.
Yeah, I think, to me, the question is, why do I need to know this? And if I can ask that question, that will guide other questions, because sometimes, we think about like the history of marronage, and we're talking really about fugitive subjects who are trying to resist capture. And so if they're in the record, then they already lost, because they are known now, they're identified, they have been surveilled, and that's...
well, some of them wanted to be marked in that way. I think if we think perhaps with Tracy Hawks' recent work, kind of thinking about Obeah practitioners who are, and thinking in particular of John Cooper in her book, who is protesting his criminalization, and so he's going to the law, and so his wanting to be rendered legible is about a kind of protest to the way the state is interpreting Black religion. So I don't know. I think I'm wondering about kind of, in that kind of Morrisonian way, if, archives or canons, and if Morrison is right that, canon building is nation building, canon defense is national defense, I wonder about a kind of privileging of certain kinds of archives and what that might suggest about imperialism and perhaps our negotiations of imperial power in the academic study of religion.
But it's not as if you drop some subversive impulses at the door of the archive.
Yeah.
There's a way in which you can read and counter-read, and
sure,
I mean, you take that in there with you. I take the point, and it's an important one. So it really goes to also how we train ourselves in the tools and the methodologies, and then what we bring to it and how we want to deploy it. And there are very subversive ways, of doing that, from the margins and all of those metaphors that we want, to use. You're not just kind of walking in and then doing a recitation of what the, what person, wrote in the record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you think
I know you know that.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about today, even like the film work that I've done with Junior Wedderburn has been sort of in the service of creating archives of stories that have not been told, moments of state violence against Rastafari. The Tivoli project we did was, state violence against individuals who live in this one particular community, and we've been working on a documentary now about the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church, because it's a very long, convoluted story, but it was a group of white Americans who joined a particular sect, I'll use that term, of Rastafari in the late 60s, 70s, and one of the white Rastas then called me after seeing Bad Friday and was like, oh, I have all this archival footage, right? Maybe you can do something about it. So in talking to people now who have been involved now or before, they're quite clear on whether they want to be included or not. This isn't somebody's arrested and put in jail and the archival information that we have is the court case or the colonial pamphlet about the escaped enslaved person. This is somebody who has shared a story with us and then said, no, I don't want it to be on film. So I think that kind of agency we have to also imagine backwards in time as well, and try to understand what is the context for the appearance or the lack of appearance.
Thank you so much. Cute questions from the audience. I see Professor Morgan's hand is up. Are there any other questions in the room? I think for the sake of time, we might just hear them in succession and then hear from the panelists. So Professor Morgan first.
Thank you. Thank you all for, this is a really interesting conversation, and I hope we can continue it tomorrow. I want to say two quick things about the archive. I obviously benefit tremendously from the critique of the archive that my peers and my colleagues have mounted. I use it all the time. It's at the core of a Black feminist methodology of history writing. At the same time, the moment, Khalil, I'll just call you by your first name, in which you described this thing that you suddenly saw is exactly the reason why we need to be in the archives, because I wrote a book that was introduced at a big conference once as evidence that you can write a book with no evidence. My Laboring Women was described as a book that had no evidence in it, because despite the fact that I had spent 2.5 years in the archive, and the point being that the archive can reveal things to you if you linger there long enough. And I think that this question of the unthought, it worries me that we are mounting this huge critique about like leaving the archive alone at the moment when there's finally at least like a more than a tiny number of Black scholars who are busting our way into the archive. So just want to say that. And if I can just tell like a tiny little story. I was meeting with a student of mine yesterday who has a service dog, who, by the way, is like the cutest dog you've ever seen. And this dog came with my student to England to go to the National Archives and sat under the desk at the archive for 4 months, my student with his little dog. And when my student told me this, I actually realized that I was on the verge of tears because of the desire to have had a companion dog with me in that archive. And I was sitting with my friend Eve Trout Powell, who I met in the archives, and we were so traumatized by our time there. And I was sitting with her last night, and I told her that story, and we both wept, because it was this memory of how hard it was to be in the archive, and all I wanted was a little dog named Zeus.
Okay, I have to go get my children, but I have so many thoughts but I also I wanted to add to Jennifer's point about how important it is that Black scholars are getting into the archive now by saying it's also about a revised practice of reading. It's about what your eyes are trained to see, which is what I took from all of your comments about what you can go into. Everybody has gone into these archives and has missed things, and that it's what your eyes have been trained to see.
Or don't care.
Or don't care. They saw it and they passed it by and thought it was not important. And there had to have been several generations of Black scholars saying, this is here, this is important, and this is how you read it. To understand, because I'm dealing with archives, so the book I wrote is about how Black ex-slaves tried to get free in an everyday level. And when I wasn't looking at state archives, because the state archives were looking at them still as units of labor, it was very colonial. And then when I wanted to find out about anything else that they were doing that wasn't labor, I was going to the missionary archives. Everything else that they documented was always about how people lived, and everybody got it wrong. All the white people got it wrong. You know, like they're looking at black people in 1830, whatever. They don't know what they're looking at. So yeah, they're going to get it wrong. The state gets it wrong in a certain set of ways. The missionaries get it wrong in another set of ways. And it's like, it's black studies. It's black feminists that help me to really see what I could easily not see if I was trained in another way of seeing. So that's it. I gotta go because I'm already gonna be late. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha.
I don't know if you all want to respond in any way to those wonderful comments. Or are there any lasting questions in the room? All right. Oh, yes, one question. Okay, this will be our last and final.
Again, to the future, I guess. Thank you. New to archival studies, spent the summer at the Black Teacher Archives, which launches on Monday, Tuesday of next week. If you're in Boston, come on through, ask for a form. And I've been like wondering, I've been trained to see in a certain way through literature and et cetera. What might we take to students who are interested in the archives, who are coming into the archives for the first time, who are sitting with this ephemeral, this feeling? We're talking about sight, seeing, but I'm also talking about believing what's there. What suggestions, what thoughts, what unveilings or unthoughts might we provoke them to engage with?
That's a hard question, actually. I think when, in teaching undergraduates, to research for the first time, which I may not be, what you're thinking about, is, trying to explain to them the magic of the archive when what they're going to encounter initially is just boredom. And so it's really a matter of trying to, if they have any sense of what they're looking for, you have to tell them you may not find exactly that. Keep looking until you find something that's interesting. And it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter whether you know why it's interesting to you. Put it aside and keep going until you find something else that's interesting. And even if it's not even on the topic that you think you're looking for, just stumble around in it. And it requires a student to develop the confidence in themselves to say, if I think this is interesting, it's possibly important, and then later try to figure out some sort of patterns of what the meaning might be. So it's this notion of immersion and trusting it, and I don't have a name for that. But that's at least one of the ways that I try to talk to undergraduates, because they will most likely become frustrated because they'll go in looking for the one thing, and if they can find this. The other way to kind of trick them into it is that there's so much extraordinary stuff digitized now, which is its own wealth, and there may be ways that they become more comfortable with that concept of immersion, on a laptop sitting at home rather than actually physically. And I know that I'm taking your question literally, as I tend to do, but I think you just have to kind of coax them into being patient with not going in to look for the one thing. Let it wash over you.
Well, that's a good place to end. Let it wash over you. Thank you so much to our panelists.
So thank you, everyone, for a day of beautiful conversations and debate and dialogue. I'm feeling really inspired, so I look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow. We will, again, as Josef mentioned, we will convene at the Columbia University Faculty House, which is the fourth floor Skyline Ballroom. The address is 64 Morningside Drive, but you actually enter on 116th Street. So if you feel confused about that at all, you can email me. I'm happy to, help. I can even meet you out there and we can walk in together. So the faculty house. Also, there's a continental breakfast for anyone who wants to come at 9:30 a.m. All right. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Charles, also thinking not about your project, but I was thinking about him too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all. That's a whole nother